fuck did that get on there? Whoops. Not the Fell for It Again award. This is what I get for being God's sleepiest soldier and getting into constant arguments with everybody. Not the Fell for It Again award. People do be speculating about the new fucking, the new megas. From the fucking DLC, because there's like, I think about 10 different megastones. I think, that are new, that have never been seen before. I'm very, very convinced that one of them is Mega Flygon. I am more convinced. Huh? You're saying that I'm coping right now, Boy Meets Mini, on Blue Sky? I'm ahead of your dumbass by like 8 subs. Who's coping?
Cope and seethe, Jack.
Yeah, it says you. Yeah, it says you, says you. Says you. Oh, man. Man, Asmongold viewers are so unintelligent. Man, the recent short that I post, where Asmongold talks about, well, just being okay with lawlessness. Man, they have no idea how the law works. People are in there illegally. Yeah, well, some of them are in there illegally, but most of the people that are getting detained are lawful. They are permanent residents. They are citizens in a lot of different cases, or they have work visas. So what he's doing is overall illegal. And even in that case, it's even if they were a legal fucking citizen, or, you know, illegal immigrants, rather, it doesn't matter. It's still unlawful. Because of the Fourth Amendment. The Constitution applies to all persons upon the soil of the United States of America, as per the 14th Amendment. The fact that a fucking Canadian knows your fucking constitutional laws better than your stupid fucking dumbass, and you pretend to be stewards and in favor of the fucking goddamn Constitution, is ludicrous to me. I'm significantly more American, civically educated on America in comparison to fucking Canada, for fuck's sake. Well, mostly because we have similar fucking constitutional bases and laws, but slightly different, but whatever. Was just looking over to India too. TV news anchors literally say the Indian Constitution doesn't apply to Bengali migrants or Kashmiri Muslims when it 100% does. I'm assuming that it's also stipulates that people who are upon the soil of the land are the ones who get constitutional protections. But yeah, fucking Asmongold viewers are very, very unintelligent. And who would have thought that all these, like, sniveling morons and dipshits who pretend to be proponents of American law and they care so much about American law, have no fucking idea how it works. Just morons. Just very stupid fucking people. Like, I know this shit fucking better than you morons. Some states literally going Gestapo on Bengali Muslims who have been migrants there for decades. Why wasn't it an issue before? That's a good question. Yeah, why wasn't it a problem before? Do I want to talk about Charlie Kirk's wife being a fucking weirdo? It's so, like, bleh. Like, who the fuck? Yeah, she's an obvious fucking weirdo. Like, literally, even the address that she gave trying to eulogize her fucking husband, it's just, like, inherently, like, conservative content creator coded. And it's just like, dog, what is wrong with you people, bro? You guys are such fucking weirdos. God, I hate you people. Whatever. Let them keep coming. I will never stop. I will never cease. I will never rest. I will continue fighting all these fucking dipshits. Ugh. Allie Beth Stuckey, she's so condescending. I guarantee you most of the people who talk about toxic empathy do not get it from Allie Beth Stuckey. More than likely, a bunch of dipshits, because here's the thing with all the talking points with conservatives, they tend to flow around and go to, like, different places, right? Generally speaking. They don't just, like, remain with, like, one particular content creator. They all basically crimp off of one another, right? So they more than likely took that point because it sounded like it was possibly correct and it was being made by a conservative like them, and so they decided to just fucking run with it. Because, again, a lot of these people, fundamentally speaking, do not have original ideas. Now, if the game could just load on the screen, that would be cool. They all play copycat for clicks. And that's just a conservative playbook in general. Every auntie you know around here has Reddit. Well, Boy Meets Mini. It would appear that they're all brain damaged. Encoding overloaded. Consider turning down video settings or use a faster encoding preset. Shut the fuck up. No, Factorio is fine. It's just fucking OBS is being stupid. Yes, I know. It's because there's other... No, the thing that it's complaining about is other background applications. So let's just close some of them. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Now there's a MILF. Get rid of this. Close this. Alright, now this thing is being stupid and is not fucking finding the thing that it's supposed to load. Get owned, idiot. Oh, by the way, the exact same motherfuckers also repeated the talking point of like, well, Biden just let in 70 trillion people across the border. It's just like, dog, do you know why that fucking happened? Oh, because of the president you support. No, Boy Meets Smitty, that's not why. It's not because Trump kept him at the border. It's because of the Venezuelan coup. That's why. There's not that too. That's the main reason, right? They cited all the statistics talk about how Biden let in like 50 trillion fucking migrants. When the problem is that there would not have had to been 50 trillion migrants let in if, well, think about it for like literally 3 fucking goddamn seconds. Maybe if just maybe, if there would not have to have been so many migrants let in if the Venezuelan coup attempt that he tried to do didn't cause him to fucking leave. He got salty about it, and then he just basically slapped sanctions on him that caused fucking hyperinflation. So it's just like, it's like fucking just spare me the nonsense, bro. Like, you people have had the biggest hand to play in terms of this fucking complete nonsense. Like, the fuck out of here. So the biggest problem is that a bunch of fucking goddamn memory is being used. By Factorio and Opera GX, of course. Great. But I need them open. No, it's just fucking too much memories being used, and it's annoying. I hate having to reopen all of my fucking tabs constantly. I'll just close this for now. I don't know, how the fuck do I have 63 tabs open? Bullshit, I have 63 fucking tabs open. This is not 63 tabs. helped a little bit. Just close all the FODs that I have open. Alright, that helped a bit. I don't understand how this thing thinks there's 53 fucking goddamn tabs open. No, now you just fucking close the whole thing. That's fine. Alright, that should be much more stable. I'll just deal with the consequences of that. Alright, more Factorio. There have been some changes made. AKA, I moved some stuff around. Many such cases. Alright, well now that we have engines... sulfur, the engines... what, the next thing's gonna be electrical engines? I think you're full of seats, aren't you? Yeah, you are. Whoa! Boy Meets Mini trying to take things from East European people yet again? What the fuck? You culture vulture. That's crazy. Culture Vulture Mini over here. I want to do an improvement of sorts. Jelly nut. I'm going to double our jelly nut output. Why? Because I want to, and I have so many jelly nut seeds. Might as well. Yeah, everyone loves to talk about cultural appropriation, and then leftists start doing cultural appropriation, and then they, you know, stop talking about it. What's up with that? Blatant leftist hypocrisy at it again. Am I right? All right, fellas. All these damned culture vultures. Whoa, 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 noodles? What are you, fucking racist? You fucking hate Chinese people? That's crazy. That was like the stupidest fucking discourse on the fucking planet. Even though Keffels did end up being a piece of shit in the end. It wasn't because of the fucking noodle shit. It was because of other fucking reasons. That shit was so fucking dumb, dude. about 350 more. Oof, exactly enough. It's a little too much, but it's fine. More the better. I'm gonna double my jelly nut production. So why not? Alright, now we have plenty of these damn little brains. I want to provoke attacks from the locals so I can murder them. To sedate my inner leftist desire for murder. I love murder. Who else loves to murder children? Allegedly. In the minds of, like, weird dipshit conservatives. That initial spot that we put it on was quite good. Not Camp Laszlo. I remember that show. Was that show a little weird? It was just like a little eccentric. One of those situations where you're just like, Now, what were the writers thinking when they made this? Okay. Gotcha. Well, now I'm gonna have a nice, large farm for jelly nuts. I'm gonna go jelly my nuts. Who said that? Who said that? Daho, you wouldn't jelly your nuts, now would you? No. Many people do be remembering Totally Drama Island very fondly. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing for Totally Drama Island to be remembered fondly. That one's like an I don't know. Oh, strange things that happen in that show. Plots, 4 plots? That's fine. But look at the little guys go. Alright, we don't need that shit anymore. Totally Drama is like, Vuctorious. Huh? Eh? Give me. That's pretty true. We got any truers in chat?
True, and yeah, that's pretty true. That's true, and yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. I mean,
it's pretty true. Alright, so that's all that bullshit done. Let's get the engines hooked up now. Well, that's engines. Oh, it's victorious. That's what you said. Okay.
Listen, we love sexual themes in our children's cartoon shows, don't we, folks? It's our favorite thing.
Listen, AJ, just make sure that you do not get turned into biolubricant. Very, very key, very important. Everyone, let's not become biolube. Very critical, very important to not be turned into biolubricant. Okay? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I don't know if I'm producing enough jelly nut or jelly for my jelly nuts. No, I think I am producing enough. I should be producing enough. It's just that not enough is getting on the belts. Yeah, I need those stack inserters to improve production, I think. Nintendo Direct annoys me because they showed a Mega Man Star Force collection, but didn't show the Battle Network 1 Star Force content remake game. Man. Clueless. I sit there and I act clueless because I know not. Clueless? Right, let's make some electric engines. Clear this shit out. You know, considering the fact that there has not been all that much going on in the news right now, maybe tomorrow I will finally be able to have a day where it's just play video games mostly, and not have to yap about as much troll despair. Thank God. Well, honestly, a lot of the topics that we are going to talk about today is kind of tame. Pretty tame. The Kamala Harris stuff is very funny. And it's the exact same shit I've been saying about Joe Biden's ego. So it's just like, whoa, Joe Biden is just a salty bitch. Can we get like a no weighing in chat or something? No weighing? I'm no weighing that. So that she's making, like, it's not that, it's just like... It's not that she's, like, making libs mad or anything, like, to be honest. It's just like... Wow, you people are fucking morons. It's all just like ego shit. It's like literally like, you know how libs love to fucking like bitch and moan and like consistently complain about like you know, Donald Trump's ego and shit like this, but like no one ever likes to think about or pay attention to Biden's fucking ego. She's like, okay, cool, bros. That bro's ego is what directly led us to the situation we find ourselves currently under. Battle Network 1 remake was not included. I got you now. Well, that's a little weird. Nintendo do be doing some really fucking stupid shit sometimes. That's true. That's true. That's pretty true. Nintendo is really fucking dumb about a lot of shit very often. Okay, so I need to figure out how I'm going to integrate the plastic. DS Collection, Star Force, but they haven't actually showed essentially Star Force's way in the future. Battle Network 1 remake bridges the gap with the side story. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, so electric engines. Lube. Lube. Alright, lube. Lube! We got lube. Now for the engines. And the circuits. You know, I'm starting to think, like, should I have made all this copper? I don't think I needed to make all this copper. That might have been a mistake. But I now have, so I have to deal with the consequences of having all of this excess copper. Fuck the natural landscape. I am the Factorio engineer. I care little about that. It's electric engines. This might be the byproduct and the consequences of me not establishing a center line here. Lovely. Alright. Red circuits. That should be more than enough. Just 8 of these bad boys. Okay, and after we make... Probably only just gonna have one lane of red circuits. We're going to now then make our supply hub. Is the plan. Now it's time to somehow integrate into here the plastic. Bring it through this way, I think. That's not gonna work because of this. Could bring it through the electrical engines. Just to move those things by a couple spaces. Show it right there. Put the plastic beside. That works. I did bring some blue belts just for this exact fucking reasoning. I'm trying to do a funny little thing called belt weaving. Alright, Boy Meets Mini, I hope you're paying attention. They're gonna go into a little funny factorial mechanic. This is belt weaving. So underground belts have a unique property. If you have two different versions of a belt, normally you can't mix underground belts. You can't do that. However, there's a way around it. If you use a different version of a belt, blue, red, yellow, doesn't matter. Just any old different version. What you could do is weave the different colors. You see how this doesn't interact with this one's path? It only corresponds to the exact color. Just like that. Sort of. You can sort of layer the belts. It has several applications, belt weaving. Normally I try to avoid doing belt weaving. Because I want to keep my belt speed consistent, so I'd lose 15 per second if I do it right there. In terms of items transported. But in cases like that, it can work, but I just discovered I could take a different path. I'm gonna go this way instead. Works just as well. Yeah, this works. Now I don't have to belt weave. Which I think I prefer. There we go. That's plastic integrated. Okay, now to make the... Running a little low on undergrounds. But this will start our red circuit adventures. Out of the way. It's annoying. The only other thing I need you for is just going to be for low density structures. It's fine. Then the next thing we'll need is sulfuric acid. circuits, red circuits. Oh, should be more than enough, friends. 9 per second? That's definitely more than enough. Fantastic.
Your mom?
Yeah, good one, Dr. MILF respect. Yeah, but you weren't seeing that one coming, eh? Huh, Bubby? That's what you get. That's what I thought. Silence. That's what you get, Shaitan. Alright, this can be our belt for sulfur. Sulfur belt. Because we need sulfuric acid. Alright, now that we have red ships, we got red circuits, we got everything else we need. Let's build our supply hub. Then we need sulfuric acid. Do I need batteries? Do I want flying drum parts? I could make some. I could make robots here. Locally. I make them on the other 2 planets. I don't on Egris, because no access to iron. Nor do I want to really waste as much iron as possible on that. Do I make robots on Moshine? I could. I don't. I probably should make robots. I make batteries. I make a lot of batteries. Probably should make robots. I'll come fix that later. Famous last words, I know. Why are you idiots not... What's wrong with the concrete? No sand? I see. One of these cases, okay. Alright, get back to flowing, puta. Alright, nice. That's fixed. Not having a roboport in this area is kind of bad. You got your first gaming monitor today. What kind of monitor? We got a fucking gamer in chat. Gamer alert. Make sure you don't go and shoot Charlie Kirk. Too soon? Too soon? Too soon? Too soon, poo-poo. Too soon. You don't play Warzone. No. Don't fly too close to the sun. That's true. Listen. No one here report me for my unscrupulous behavior. No, this game does not teach you how to be a communist. The sun had great aim. That's true. I remember, like, there was like a ton of like Twitter videos. I know there was like a bunch of Twitter videos of everyone doing like example shots saying like, guys, the shot actually wasn't that hard, right? That was like a thing they were doing. And I thought that was like a little weird. I'm like, why are you saying this? That's a little strange, you know? Like, why would you say that? No, they were doing it in real life. They took, like, hunting rifles and stuff, and saying, like... And it was, like, mostly, like, I think gun people doing this. Because everyone, Yeah, but it wasn't actually Brandon Herrera who did that. But basically, it was like some dudes trying to, like, talk about... Because, like, a lot of people were saying, like, how did this guy hit that impossible shot? And it's just like, guys, you need to fucking relax. Like... That shot is not that crazy. It's not as hard as you think. In fact, even like the majority report were doing that shit as well. And I understand the point of doing that, right? It's supposed to like say like it's not a ridiculous thing for someone who may have some training who's been around guns, because I think this is the actual intended purpose. Basically saying like it's not like a crazy proposition for someone to be able to pull off a shot like that. If you just have, like, a little bit of training. And I'm just like, okay, I mean, that makes sense, right? Like, a lot of people can probably pull off some, like, crazy shit if they're, like, a good shot, right? You can do some wild stuff. I think that's more so the point. I guess to sort of just, like, play into the fact that, guys, like, for those who may not be educated about firearms... The sort of idea, or like maybe, because I don't know if like anyone was like spreading any particular conspiracy theories saying like, how the fuck did this guy hit that shot so easily? Kind of a deal, you know? Because that's definitely something the right wing would do. Is spread conspiracism about this. But it was like a bunch of dudes saying like, guys, relax, like... If you've been around guns for long enough, and we all know that with Tyler Robinson, he has been around guns his whole life because of his fucking parents. So he is probably a pretty good fucking shot. It's just like, yeah, it's not crazy or ridiculous for a dude who's been around guns his whole fucking life to be able to hit a shot like that. It's like, that's not crazy. Like, if you've been trained long enough to fucking do it, like, you can do it. Anyone can fucking do it. is more so the point, which makes sense to me. To be making that sort of argument. Alright, well, let's make some supplies. So why Mythbusters need to come back again? I'll be quite honest. No. I don't think that's gonna work. The environment we find ourselves under, Sacrificial MILF, I think is just too brain damaged, for like lack of a better term, you know? I don't think a return to with a V for fucking Mythbusters is going to accomplish anything. I don't think that's going to do anything. In fact, like, a show like Mythbusters, I think would honestly... not make things worse, but it would make things, like, more, like, dumb and conspiratorial. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it'd be effective. Whatsoever. Not because the Mythbusters are bad at their show or what they do. I think they're a wonderful show and they do great. I love Mythbusters. Big fan of Mythbusters. This is more so a take where I think basically like of more like a sort of take on how like reality means nothing. More, I would say. Because I think we can all agree, yeah, reality is dead. Like, nothing means anything. Who cares? Say and do shit. Whatever. Nothing means anything. Who the fuck cares? Blah, blah, blah kind of a deal. Does it make sense? I was a huge fan of the show. They were able to show my smooth-brained assholes. Here, yeah, hey, after testing this theory, this can and cannot work, and people kind of just fucked off afterwards. Well, yeah. Like, Mythbusters did a great job at presenting, like, all these, you know, myths in very, like, easy, comprehensible sort of, like, ways for, like, your average, like, 3 IQ dipshit to understand. The problem is, like... The idea that we can just, like, show to your average 3 IQ fucking dipshit, like, how things work, this is how you do thing, is just not gonna, it's not gonna work. Like, we're just not in that environment anymore. Alright, that's the inserters. Let's do more logistical stuff next. We'll do trains, automate that shit. Actually, no. We shouldn't automate trains. We can automate stop signals, but not supports ramps, because we have maglev trains. That would be shipped in from Moshine. These are made in magnetic plants. We have pipes. Pipe sticks. We need pumps. Storage tanks. Heat pipes, definitely. Heat pipe, heat exchangers. Do I want to make steam turbines locally? I don't think I need steam turbines locally. Offshore pumps. We'll do electric furnaces. Don't know if we don't need crushers. We'll need these. We'll make these. Agricultural towers, we'll make those. Chemical plants. Modules. Because we need them for assembly machines. So we make assembly machines. We need modules, some modules, and I think that's about it. Rocket silos. And repair kits. It's actually not that many. I probably don't even need this second segment. I can probably get rid of this. Give Smooth Brains a look into basic science and made them calm down in a sense it's not, witchcraft burned them. Hey, they're nerds, they're cool nerds, though. Leave them alone. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing. But I feel like, still, that rhetoric, I don't think it's going to be effective anymore. I think that era is fucking dead. Not to mention, like, Mark Fisher, you know? Rearing his ugly fucking head. I say that, you know, not like, ironically or whatever. Mark Fisher rears his ugly head saying, like, well, capitalist realism. It's not profitable to have, to do that, right? Like, that's the issue. Yeah, it's dead. Like, it's all dead. That's, like, the main issue. It's just dead. Mythbusters is not going to be viable anymore. Not in this current economy. And I don't think that's exactly why they stopped. I mean, they just stopped for their own reasons, right? But it, like, and like, here's the thing, like, people like Adam specifically, because I mean, he just does his own thing now, would probably agree with this assessment, saying like, yeah, I mean, we just live in like a completely like dead era of like, well, incuriousness. And like Adam Savage's whole thing is that he was pushing people to become more curious, to be more intrigued with their environment and stuff like that. But we don't live in that area anymore. It's dead. It's all dead. And conservatives killed it. They hated each other at the end? Yeah. It'd be like that. Right, I have diagonal inserters, huh? That's cool. That's a keeper. A shirt like that. But it just is what it is. You know, dead internet theory and whatnot. Culture is all fundamentally dead because of conservatives. Like, listen, if we want to just consistently keep talking about, like, why everything sucks, it's honestly, it's just because of fucking conservatives. They're the people who have basically ruined existence. And they can, like, cope and seethe about it, but it's true. Okay. Right, so, assembly machine 2. And eventually we're gonna get assembly machine 4. on a different planet. It's gonna be a heckin' epic. He's teeny tiny, I wait until he's bigger to fit it. It looks so perfectly for him because he's a geek for science and computers and whatnot. Those two would be proud to see that this kid so excited for science. Yeah. But I mean, I think Adam still does stuff with his new fucking whatever the fuck, his new venture called what is it? It's like Tested or some shit. He still makes content and whatnot, you know, he still does stuff. He still does things. Like, for all of my, like, yap about how it's fucking all dead and it's all, like, shit and whatnot, it's not completely dead. You know? Heat exchangers, heat pipe. We don't need mining drills. Well, we have to make boilers. What the fuck's a red boiler? A boiler decided to convert petroleum into hot CO2 gas. What use does this have? I mean, this is obviously meant to be used on Maluna. Not only that, but he used to post on Twitter. I don't know if he posts anymore. Like, he used to post, like, builds that he would make. Just like a random fucking shit that he was just doing. You know? I don't think he does anymore. I wonder what the hell she's doing all those phone calls for. We'll never know. I guess this is really why, in reality, I have all this copper. Because we need it for this. These are all important for Gleba. I want to expand my power plant. I can expand my power plant. Pumps. I'm so intrigued to be able to use this thing, though. This vehicle dock, I think, is going to be quite useful because I can use it with a ton of different potential applications with flying logistics, with using cargo planes. I'm very interested in trying to make these things work. Just haven't found an application for them yet. Perhaps with the archipelago planet, although they want you to use boats, which makes sense because it's an archipelago planet. But I can also use cargo planes as well. Not sure what would be faster or better. Also on Fulgora. These would be very useful on Fulgora. And I think what I'm going to use them in particular for is when we decide to go begin extracting those ruins of the Titans and all the other Imperium downed vehicles, and we begin to extract their ruins for goodies. We just can't do it right now. We have all the extraction equipment and everything, but we just need to get foundations, which means we'd have to go to Aquilo for that. We are not quite at Aquilo yet. Pumps. It's just storage tanks now here. And roboports. Okay, lovely. Electromagnetic appliance for you guys. Let's make train signal stuff here. Lamps. Offshore pumps. These and these. You definitely need heating towers. Heating towers are very useful. Finally, we're going to start automating those. Chemical plants, obviously, we need those. What are we doing in terms of pollution? I'm curious. I didn't think anything else was eating it. Our spore cloud is not very big. And we've kind of killed everything around. It's going to be kind of difficult for us to kickstart the process of pentapod egg breeding, because we're going to need to do that relatively soon. For science. What we really then are going to need is to find some more pentapods. We're going to need to find them, we're going to need to kill them, we're going to need to take their eggs. So we're going to have to go on quite the fucking adventure in order to find them. You know, this would not have been a problem if I made the egg preserver. I do probably need agri towers, don't I? Agri towers. Don't need turbines. Because we have the condenser turbines. I mean, we could make them here, but we have to ship in a bunch of stuff. Just ship in from Maluna. I already have it set up there. I don't need any of this shit. Don't need any of this shit. Radar. We'll make radar here. Because we're eventually going to produce artillery shells here, probably. We already have a supply ship for that shit. And something that I learned is that's good to make against Gleba destroyer capsules from some recent videos by Avadi Strategy, where he's been doing testing of destroyer capsules. And I've used destroyer capsules before. I do like destroyer capsules. I do think they're quite efficient at being able to take down nests and stuff. Because they've received some buffs, and they are pretty good buffs. What's the rate that you produce? Well, that is very slow. We do not have many speed modules. Just send you back to Vulcanus. Pick more stuff up. 0.33, 0.156. So this seems to be doubled up. Double up. Okay, gotcha. I had a bunch in there already. That's a fine. So having some of these locally would not be terrible to have. Degradation modules. What do those do? Deg. Speed plus 15. Quality minus 25%. Jesus. Strange. Why would you ever want to use those? Those don't seem very good. Those seem kind of bad, actually. Intriguing. Interesting. I'm gonna have to make some guns here. Not guns, just ammo. Nah. Making ammo is whatever. Ooh, and I should probably make refined concrete and then put the electromagnetic plants for all the electronic stuff. Mostly power poles. Just power poles. And the modules. Oh, and beacons. Does that mean, do I produce beacons locally on egress? Yeah, and I'm producing them through a fucking goddamn assembly machine. What the fuck am I doing? Why'd I do that? That's a good question. Why am I doing that? That's very stupid of me to do that. Power poles, check. All these for speed module 1s. Don't need shit from here. Or weapons. Solar panels are useless. I think that's everything. Wait, I can make conductive brick in the fucking electro... What the fuck am I doing? Okay, this setup then needs to be completely fucking overhauled. Okay, as soon as I make a fucking rocket, we're coming back to this fucking planet and we're getting rid of all these assembly machines. I didn't see this fucking... that this recipe is in here. Holy shit. What an inefficiency. Jesus. I probably wasted so many fucking goddamn resources. What the... I'm a dumbass. I'm a complete idiot. I think that's all I need from there. You actually use blue chips, eh? Oh, interesting. Okay. That's kind of awkward. Demon Slayer. Are you learning your are you learning your sword breathing techniques properly there, Matt? That's the meme, right? Oh yeah, there was the movie, right? An anime movie that's good? Isn't that like that's like so rare? That like never happens. We're fucking... you know what? We're just gonna redo this. Never thought I'd hear the day of, like, an anime movie being good, you know? I mean, there's instances, right? Like, the Yu-Gi-Oh movie. The Yu-Gi-Oh movie was really good. More recent one. I don't hate Charlie. I don't have a problem with Charlie. I mean, the only like criticisms with Charlie that you can have is that he can be sometimes a bit of a fence sitter, but I would say he's like just like a general sort of progressive liberal. I like Charlie. I don't really like my thing with Charlie is I don't have qualms with him. I think he's fine. Yeah. Yeah, he's a good Charlie. Like, I like Charlie. I have no problems, really, with Charlie. Like, yeah, sure. Like, we could talk about in meme how he's, like, a fucking fence-sitter. But, like, that's, like, such a whatever criticism. I mean, he debated Sneeko and made Sneeko look like a dumbass. Really, the only criticism I'd have of Charlie there is that he should not have debated Sneeko, period. Because Sneeko... You don't debate people like Sneeko. There's no point in debating a Sneeko. But that's like, that's just like a nitpick, honestly, problem. Otherwise, yeah, Charlie's fine. I like Charlie. I have no qualms with Charlie. Yeah, he is the only good Charlie. Any other Charlies is evil. You could say he's one of the good ones, of course, of course. Oh, and I know that, like, weirdos like Sam Hyde also don't like him, because Sam Hyde is, well, besides being a pedophile, he's also just a relentless clout shark, so... If Sam Hyde also doesn't really like you, that's also good in anyone else's books. This works. Nice. Okay, so that's going to be capsules. Where if I want to use capsules, I can use capsules. For the express purpose of murder. Because these things are quite good against Gleba enemies. Why? Because electric damage. That's why. Anything that does electric damage on this planet is automatically good. Never say that ever again. I will make you suffer for all eternity for saying a Dabubu capsule. I will summon Pazuzu, and I will have Pazuzu rend your soul into nothing. In fact, I myself will become Pazuzu. I will become Pazuzu, and I will kill you. In a video game. I will become based in Pazuzu killed. Oh man, these consume a lot of red ammo per second. Jesus. Interesting. Don't you uwu Pazuzu? What the hell? What kind of fucking tomfoolery is this? Okay, I need a fucking manufactory. Jesus, this is gonna take a lot more fucking goddamn the red ammo than I thought. What the fuck? Yeah, you may laugh now, but listen. When I decide to awaken my wrath, and I don't know, turn you into mulch or something, you won't be laughing for very long, Shaitan. Now here's what's gonna happen, okay? Time to get copyrighted or renode. Right, I fucking closed my goddamn internet browser. Oh, it's because it needed to be updated, that's why it was eating up so much fucking goddamn memory? You bitch. You bastard. This isn't even the right account. You will have no idea the level of trolling that I will engage with. Yeah, it's gonna be the fucking thing saying, "Oh, good heavens." God, I look at one fucking Sam Hyde clip on the fucking goddamn YouTube channel because I was curious about what his reaction was to Charlie Kirk dying. He was like, "Oh my god," and now I'm getting recommended Sam Hyde. Stop. No. Back, Satan. Fuck you. I was curious as to what he was going to say. Yeah, now I'm a Sam Hyde fan, I guess. Maybe these, like, 3 IQ troglodytes will stop being as annoying if I don't know, if I talk about just how, like, stupid and annoying, I don't know, black people are or something. I need the NATO Article 5 meme. Although it is becoming more and more prevalent. Yeah, a ton of like over the Gulf War air.
Doctor, turn off my cringe inhibitors.
But Raiden, you'll lose subscribers.
Do it.
Okay.
I was fucking joking. Why did you do it?
Wow. The song is good though. It's a good song. Close your eyes if you're Russian. By the way, the dude who made this documentary on the everyday in the Gulf War, there's like it's like a 7-part series. It's a good series. Very well detailed, very well made. And it's old. This is me in my war against the sacrificial elf. I'm doing the suffer face, pointing to the button. Hold on. NATO Article 5 Poland meme. It's like if you don't hold me back, we will call in the nukes. Or honestly, it's all the Baltics, most of the Balkans, the Poles. It's like we'll do it. We will click the button. We'll fucking do it. We'll do it. Fuck you. Cause we hate you. We hate you, Russia. Sir, the cruise missiles are being launched into Baghdad to hit the main communication centers. so much good. Should make that an emote. Just make it, call it Dahoru Suffer. Sir, the hole was formed. We're gonna bomb the fuck out of the Iraqis now. Saddam ain't got shit. Sir, the air bases are gonna get bombed into oblivion. Now it's time for the ground forces to get bombed into oblivion. Time for more air bases to get torn to shreds. Now, if I recall, this operation, I think, had about 10,000 aircraft, and I think the Iraqis only downed about 3 of them. Back in the day when America did real superpower shit. Only 3 aircraft in the coalition went down during that would have been Gulf War I. It's like, sir, that seems a little crazy. It's like, yeah, it was fucking crazy. Pazuzu, La Bubu. Why do you request so much shit just to make not that much stuff? Per second. That's enough. almost ready to flick this thing on. Have you ever considered that maybe the phone is just being racist, Sacrificial MILF? Maybe it's just being racist. You know, that's what it's just some food for thought, you know? Maybe it's just being, maybe it just hates MILFs. It hates MILFs. Can I get any trues? Any truers? Alright, bots. Do your work. Make me supplies. Look at them go.
True, and yeah, that's pretty true. That's true, and yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. I mean,
look at all the little bots being so lovely and busy now. Oh, I need to make repair kits. Anything else I need? I think so. And it's everything I think it's everything I need. I don't think there's anything else I really need. Oh, besides bots, but it's a different problem. Oh, we're finally consuming a bunch of this damn plastic. Love that for me. How could I forget to not beacon up everything? Because this costs nothing for me to do. Huh? How am I low on power? The heck? guys should be producing way more electricity than that. Or am I just consuming too much power? That's also another question. Foundries and electromagnetic plants are quite power hungry. Intriguing. Sir, you might be straining your power grid too much. Am I? That's annoying. I think I know what the problem is. I have too many turbines for these amount of heat exchangers. I think that's the issue. I think that's the problem. Too many turbines, not enough heat exchangers. Well, curses. That's a big problem. How to fix? I essentially have to double up the amount of heat exchangers I have to fix this problem. Make a sort of extra bank. Attach it to the overall sort of network. Make more steam that way. That can work. I have heat exchangers. Yeah, we're starting to produce a bunch. Should also have a bunch in here. And some heat pipe as well. Alright, it is time to un-la-boo-boo myself. No more boo-boo. There will be no more boo-boo. You understand? No more boo-boo. Only Pazuzu. This is a little ill-advised to do it this way, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Better than having a powered downward spiral. Now for the heat pipes. Actually no, this could work still, to be honest. Yeah, we just put the heating towers on the other side. Actually, no, that works, that works, that works. Give me these. And then to get the water, easy. Pipe. Oh, now I have enough steam. How the fuck did I get enough steam? I have enough steam in some of these places. No, it's because I was consuming too much power, I think. That's strange. You know what, I'll just do this anyways, just in case, because it's always a 1-to-2 ratio. I'll just do this just to be safe, then. Do I have a thing of offshore pumps? I'm not making offshore pumps. Strange. Well, seems like we're okay now. Meh, I'll just keep that there. Whatever. Not the end of the world. Oh, now we have heating towers as well. Lovely. I am making offshore pumps. Let's say I should have offshore pumps. It'd be weird if I didn't have any. The only other thing I want is refined concrete. So I can cover my base with it. Alright, take these to the outpost. This is what I was afraid of, you being filled with a bunch of spoilage. Time passed. I'm gonna say or. So you can take care of your shit. And you get repair kits. Cool. That's that done. Alright, well, good thing I did that before disaster happened. And that is no more nutrients, which causes everything to slow down because I don't have nutrients. That's all the excess seeds being burnt away, so and this'll never jam. Why am I missing space science? No space science? Question mark? Let me guess. You idiots are stuck again at the fucking refueling station? Yes. Why is this a consistent pattern of behavior only with you morons specifically? Go. Ugh. Annoying. This change I made with getting rid of all that fucking anorthite chunk from here was very, very good. That's very smart of me to do that. Alright, now let the fucking science flow again. was annoying. Annoying, but it's fixed. Alright, back to what we were originally doing. Now that the supply area is done, now that we have plenty of lovely little supplies, it's time for us to make some more fucking shit. Yay. And have more territory to clear out. More gardening. More destruction of the environment, to be more specific. Very important.
Let me tell you, folks, we love destroying the environment. Boy Meets Mini, I know you love destroying the environment as well. Don't lie to me and say you don't. If you watch a Daharumba stream, you love destroying the environment. If you're a Factorio player, you love destruction of the environment.
Alright. Power issues sorted, all the problems sorted. Now it's time to continue making shit. About time. Love making stuff. Yamako Mash is a problem because of all the belts being filled with pablum. Okay, cool. It's fine. That is normal. That is normal. There's just Gleba in a nutshell. Okay, now what we need to do is to make sulfur, sulfuric. We have sulfur. We need sulfuric acid. Then we need blue chips, and then LDS, and we have everything to make a rocket. We're making concrete. We're making, we need to make the silos. Alright, sulfuric acid time. Well, I don't want the sulfuric acid to really be touching the fucking goddamn beacons. It's unfortunate why I have to fucking do the thing I have to do. Let me see if I can move these things. I don't want them here. I mean, to be honest, I really do not need these things to be fucking beaconed. I just did it because they just happened to be there. So it's just like, there's no harm in beaconing them, I guess. Whatever. Okay. Alright, lovely. Chemical plants, sulfuric acid. Don't need the craziest amount of sulfuric acid, of course. Sulfuric acid. I need water. Water. Of all the things I don't have around here is water. That's fine. That's an easy problem to solve. have to do any of the stuff that I just did because this is a fucking liquid output. I could just do that. That was dumb. I didn't have to move those beacons at all. It's fine. Okay. Sulfuric acid, check. Blue chips. Check. the sulfuric acid. Okay, that's blue chips. Done. Now... LDS. Alright, last thing we need foundries for. Man, I've been locked in. We be locked in. Alright, with that, we should also have a couple of rocket silos built, so we should have the capabilities soon. Oh, now that we have blue chips, yeah. Soon we'll have the capabilities of leaving. What's my memory doing now? I have my browser open as well. Oh, that's why I was having memory issues, because fucking Opera GX was pending a fucking update. Okay, I understand now. I understand now what's being, what's the problem here. Because I'm just consuming too much power. Intriguing. It's okay. LDS. This is more than enough. In fact, this might be a little overkill, but that's okay. The more the better. How are we always going to hook up the liquid metal, of course? That is always the eternal question with this shit. do this because I can't satiate my greed, even though we don't need this much low-density structures. Yeah, that's plenty. Hmm. Alright, that'll consume more plastic. Make this damn fucking belt flow. Now for all the molten resources. Hmm. That substation being in the way is kind of problematic for me. rockets LDS. Lovely. That's everything for rockets. We can now get the hell out of here. Oh, man. Okay, what do we need now? These. And, of course, this. The science. What if I could have crafted it with the, special machine that Ignis offers? How many of those things do I have now? Oh, we are nice and full on them. Let's make more. I'm curious. Might as well incorporate them here. They are very expensive in terms of power consumption. That's fine. Ooh, boy. This is gonna be great to have the advanced asteroid processing. This is gonna be a great recipe. I'm curious if this thing can produce biological science, because it can produce, I think, any science. I think. This will let me be able to produce way more for way less. Very power hungry, though. For these things. Very, very power hungry. Oh, that's right. We need magic fluid as well. That's right. You need magic fluid to make them work. Ick. Ick. Okay, that's not gonna work. For now. Ugh, I forgot. You need magic fluid to make them work, but they're still really good fucking machines. Science enhancer machine. the hell are you talking about, Boy Meets Mini? They did. I did do that. What'd I do? About Factor Oreo consuming your life? It did. Did do that. Okay. Having it such that when this thing is filled with a bunch of rich magic tesseracts, so then I just don't waste magic parts. That works. And of all the stupid circuit logic stuff I've had to do, I've had most to do on that fucking planet Egress. Okay, Reticular, and I need some more biochambers. Fuck my Chungus life, man. Okay, what do we need for this stupid ass shit? Alright. Fucking egg mitosis. Basically. Just nutrients and water. And an egg to kickstart everything. Okay. Still use a blueprint for that just to make it work. However, we're gonna change it up. Basically get rid of a bunch of extra shit we don't need. But this will take care of my egg problems. Okay, so I don't need this thing on the bus at all whatsoever. That's the nutrients. This shit we don't need at all. I'm gonna get rid of all of that. Slight adaptation. The slightest of adaptations. Easy, easy clap. Well, Boy Meets Mini, if you're also playing Factor Oreos, what the hell are you working on in Factor Oreos? But yeah, like I've said before, like Troopin has said, like everyone has said, this game is crack. Alright, that's the water. Let's get the pizza. You are now engaged in Cracktorio. You will not resist. There's nothing you can do. Just enjoy the crack. Steal. Sounds like quite a steal, am I right, fellas? Don't worry, Boy Meets Mini. Soon you'll get to this point. I believe. You're just a small little bean right now, but you will get to the point. Inshallah. That's a pretty good patch. 6 million. It's a good patch. Where do I need to make a bunch of shit? AKA my science. Well, I want to make it as close to the... You're right. I want to make it... I need to make it, rather, as close to my shit as possible. AKA the rocket silos. We don't need this many Tesla turrets. It's a little overkill, but better safe rather than sorry. Alright. We have to go try to find an egg raft. I've not been attacked at all by any strafers, pentapod attacks at all whatsoever. Well, mostly because I've been constantly murdering them and keeping an eye on them and taking them for their eggs. But now we have to find them and get their eggs again. So then I can create the Wiggler Pentapod breeding program. Don't worry, Boy Meets Mini. Eventually, you two will also be making a Pentapod breeding program. You two will also become a filthy breeder. Of course, if the eggs hatch, it's not the end of the world. We're just looking for a fucking nest right now. So all I need is one little egg. Aha! There's one. What's the evolution factor here? Enough for mediums, so 14? That's not very high. Wow, that is really fucking low. Alright, cool. There's our target. That's gonna make us more than enough eggs, and then we will also need to just make a, the egg preservation device. Which is also in our collection of blueprints. This thing serves one very, very simple purpose. Making sure that there is always an egg available. No, it's just regular old yellow inserters. Okay, actually I have to make this kind of close by the water. And by close by to water, we should probably make it where there is also our setup here. Yeah. Grab some inserters. Turn that steel chest into a requester chest for the spoilage. Set some circuit conditions on it as well. Do we really care if we fucking waste a bunch of spoilage? I don't think we do. I get rid of these. Yeah, we could probably just change this to a passive. I'm fine with that. I have rail. Give me these. Of all fucking things. Actually, I wonder. Factorio pentapod egg a preserver. Whoa, what's this? This one looks like fun. Consumes a lot of spoilage. This will keep a single egg in the chest. And to the left of the bio. Every 10 minutes, and it'll recycle the egg into 2. That works. Go to the lasers. Don't eat that shit. Combinators. There's one of the things we don't have automated. Useful to keep having around. But yeah, Boy Meets Mini, this was actually all according to my plan of getting you obsessed with Factorio, because I knew all along you'd get obsessed with Factorio. This was quite literally according to Keikaku. You're cooked now, buddy. Wallahi, you are cooked. So cooked. They've never seen an even more cooked man than this man, Boy Meets Mini. Say that you were a software engineer. That's your punishment. You said you were that you were an autistic fucking software engineer. That's what you did, point. That was your crime. That you were a software engineer. And so I must now say Factorio. And now it is over. You are in the rabbit hole. I have stuck you inside the Factorio Panopticon, and now you must make everything as optimal as possible. You fool. You have fallen for my ruse, my greatest trap. You fool. Foolish Boy Meets Mini. Did you really think that you could get away with thine insolence? You fool. This motherfucker really thought he could get away with it. It's funny. It's so Jover for Boy Meets Mini. Right, let's make this egg preserver to make sure that we always have an egg. And then egg production, which is pretty much ready to go. Except for the beacons. And now we produce a lot of eggs. Just need to think. Carbon fiber, I'll probably stick it here. I'll stick the carbon fiber here. Because I want science to be closer up to where I keep the silos. Now for the pentapod egg preservery. Trying to get a look at it. Okay. Constant combinator picks a constant. Okay. Nutrients come here. Okay. Okay. So I was thinking about how I'm going to bring in the nutrients. Is what I'm mostly just trying to think about there. Nutrients. How are we bringing in the nutrients? What I could do...
Ugh, I'm almost out of biochambers again, son of a bitch.
One that's here works as well, but it's rather crude. Very crude. But it works. What I don't like about this one that I snagged from the internet is the fact that it needs a belt to bring in the fucking nutrients. I don't want to bring in the nutrients that way. Yeah, I'd rather use spoilage. So there is probably a way I could adapt this recipe. I like the logic. But basically saying like, okay, do the thing every 10 fucking minutes. And then kill. But it's an output, basically. What it's basically meant to do is just kickstart the process, right? Feed the biochamber 1 egg, import nutrients from above. To keep extra eggs and export them back upwards. Bottom right inserters should be given the downward arrow signal. Else they'll be burned to keep the system safe. Yep, cock. Gok. Mm-hmm. Gok. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep, cock. Mm-hmm. Cock. Mm-hmm. Gok. Gokus. I'm just gonna do this. I mean, this is cool. I'm just gonna do the dummy method. I'm just gonna do the stupid idiot way. We're just gonna be fucking stupid morons. 'Cause that's easier. It's way easier to be a complete dumbass. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. The only lesson here is, it's easy to be a stupid fucking idiot. That reminds me, I should make some batteries. Oh, and now that I have sulfuric acid, I need to bring it back to the, thing over here. Right. Yeah, trust me, it's really easy to be a complete fucking stupid idiot doofus head. Look at conservatives. They're all fucking stupid. I don't know if you've seen the latest thing that they're trying to do with Tyler Robinson, Boy Meets Mini. But apparently, they're saying that he has a trans girlfriend, or he was living with a trans roommate, who's like a parent. And so that makes him a fucking leftist. Because that's like the same thing that they've also been trying to say in the fucking comments section. Well, definitely nothing from a... Because, again, it was the people who were reporting that were fucking tabloids and a Fox News contributor. Yeah, they'll just reach. There's like... It got, like, immediately debunked, saying, like, no, it's just not true. There's just no evidence to say this whatsoever. They want to prove that they're left, like, that Tyler Robinson is on the fucking left so badly, but it's just not the case. Like, again, I'm still going to operate under the assumption, Groyper until, specified otherwise. Because it's also possible that they're not a Groiper. And just like an incredibly, like, brain poisoned, irony poisoned lefty. It's possible. I think it's slim. I mean, Stephen Miller wants to be true to start up the camps. That is true. Stephen Miller does want to start putting people in camps. Oh, but that's because Stephen Miller is just a pussy-ass little beta male. Beta! Can I get a beta in the chat? Can I get some beta males? Get some beta males.
Beta!
Thank you, Morning Smitty. But yeah, well, Stephen Miller just does that because he's just like a stupid little bitch. Who's just like...
Amazing.
A loser.
Amazing! Amazing!
God, he's such a... What? I wonder what's gonna happen to the world if Jesse Lee Peterson dies. You know, I'll be sad. I will. I'll be upset. I'll be like, no! Not Jesse Lee Peterson. Fuck! I'll be sad about Jesse Lee Peterson. I will. I'm like, he's such a funny little guy. He said amazing. And asked if you love black people. He always asks if you love black people. And I love black people. Do you love black people? I love black people. It will truly be a sad day when Reverend Jesse Lee Peterson dies. There will be a national day of mourning for Jesse Lee Peterson. But yeah, I'm gonna always operate off of the assumption of Groiper until said otherwise, which I think is fair. Well, this is probably too many batteries, but meh. Whatever. Need to have some use for this copper. Alright, that's why I have all this copper. Batteries. Duh. And now we're gonna actually make use of it. Yay. Boop. 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 we go. Sulfuric acid. Now we just need all the copper and the iron. Then boom. That'll be batteries. Cool. This pipe's kind of in the way. That's a little annoying. Creative problems sometimes require creative solutions. And this is a creative solution. You thought you could stop me, Satan Pipe. Unfortunately, I have the power of anime and anime on my side. And this pipe's not gonna be... There we go. That pipe's not a concern. That's an easy pipe. That's an easy as fuck pipe to take care of. Fortunately for you, Pipe, I have the power of Satan on my side. This one might be a bit more tricky. Batteries. That's a little unfortunate that you ended up being right around there. We can fix that. By moving you by one tile. It's not like I need these red circuits anymore. Not for anything, at least. Shouldn't need them for anything. And now we can remake all our danged batteries. Yeah, that's what they're there for. Station keeping module. What's that do? Plus 80 speed, but plus 3,200 pollution. That's a lot of pollution, Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Man, these things pollute like a motherfucker. What the heck? That's a lot of pollution. That's funny as fuck. Sir... Because here's the thing, what? If we just do speed mods. It's only, well, it makes the pollution factor also go up because the speed goes up. So by proxy, it makes pollution go up because you're producing more. That just has the plus 3,200 fucking pollution. That's so funny. God, that's fucking hilarious. That's so funny, dude. That's good. You know what? Fuck you. Pollutes your planet. Because, that mod, if we open up the space map, the Dea star system is this. Dea. And it's, a separate system. So you have to go interstellar. Or yeah, it'd be inter-system. Because this is interstellar to the Saturn planet. This is also technically interstellar. Listen, I wanted this mod and also because it has a Halo ring. I'm just like, I like Halo ring. I want a Halo ring. There's biters on them and shit. One of them deals with frost biters and frost weapons, and there's like another one that deals with armored biters or some shit. You know. I think to like a certain extent it was supposed to also fuck with the spawns here, but they didn't. I guess I'm thankful for that. Well, that reminds me, we're gonna have to soon get ready for the more fun, interesting stuff. We're soon gonna have to do a little bit of trolling with these biters. Just a teeny tiny bit of trolling. Sir, we're gonna do a little bit of trolling. Oh, that's awkward. Oh, that'll remind me to do that. And we have a bunch of idiots stuck again. Go. Oh wait, no, never mind. You were supposed to be stuck there. I thought that was the refueling station. Nope, that's, that was dumb. That was me doing a little stupid. But that's okay. A cup of two... Oh. Oh, this patch has finally run out, you say. Okay. Did someone say another lane of fucking goddamn iron? Did someone say more iron? Did someone say I can get rid of this fucking extra load balancers? Finally? Because I had to, for the other iron patch? And get rid of this nuisance? I also tear this shit apart. I don't need this anymore. Like, this is completely useless to me. These damn steam engines. Yes. Because that was the only reason why I was keeping those steam engines, is so they just consume that coal patch. That's all I wanted from them. Which is get rid of that shit. Yes. And its goal has now been accomplished. I will eventually have to make another station for coal at some point, but I don't need to at the moment. We're just kind of bing chilling at the moment. Oh yes, let me take you back to Gleba now. You've served your purpose there. Am I out of sulfur? What the? There. That'll give me more sulfur. I mean, if I have batteries, I might as well just make flying robot frames as well. Just make robots as well. Where's my steel? All the way over there? No, that's not gonna be too bad. Alright, I should go get the rocket silos. Stop being so distracted, Doggo. I'm sorry, I can't help myself. I have to be distracted. Destroyer capsules, huh? Right. Silos. Also, I have not prepared at all whatsoever to be ready to accept agricultural science, because the thing with agricultural science is that it spoils. So you want it on a completely separate belt. We do not want it on the same belt as here. That's really fucking stupid. Because that shit spoils. Ah. What did I do? So you want to make a whole separate shebang, shabong for them? Because another thing is that the science can also spoil inside of the fucking goddamn labs, which is really fucking annoying. Very, very fucking annoying. Makes it a whole mess. Now we can come up with something that's pretty crude. For now. Can have a long-handed inserter and put the spoilage on the other belt. And have the science come in on its own separate belt. That's probably what I'm going to do. And then just have them both be inserted into a heating tower whenever. Am I a damn current game crash? What to heck? Also, that's why I also need to make sure that the ship that's going to bring back the science is very, very fast. Seriously, I'm just looking, man. I'm thinking. Why are you being such a little bastard? Why are you being such a fucking booties? Like El Fordus. Don't look at this, Boy Meets Mini. Don't look at the amount of science packs I have to make. It'll hurt your brain. It hurts my brain. Don't look at it again. Don't look. Don't look. Stop looking. We're looking at it, dude. We're looking at it. So, okay, so I put a long hand right here to get the spoilage out, and then I put a fucking blue here for the science itself. Son of a fucking bitch. But obviously, when we're going to get our new labs, because we're about to get new labs, it's going to be a complete overhaul, basically. All this shit's going to be changed. We use this shit for now. But yeah, that's what's gonna happen. It doesn't need to be anything too complicated. Just something quick. Gonna hop back onto the ship once we have rockets and fix her up. Could I, theoretically speaking, grab it all from the same belt? Yes, I could. I have the reach for that. That's definitely going to make things a bit more convenient. All right. I know there's also another sort of biorecycling science pack. I don't know if that also has spoilage because we have planets that are post-Gleba, which may also introduce the spoiling mechanic in other places as well. So I need to be potentially prepared for that. Only use agri-science on one side of the belt potentially. It's not the end of the world, but it is whatever. We're doing this cringe shit now. Well, okay. What to heck? Oh, everything's just going full Papagia. Daho, it's a sign. I don't even have that much stuff open. What to heck? Well, at least the stream's okay. You know, it just makes you wonder, what exactly always fucking causes this? Like, why do you have such crazy... I mean, it's some mod, obviously. But which one? Like, what is it making you do this? Task Manager also crashed because of that? Well, like, Explorer basically fucking crashed because of it. Oh my god, it fucking made... It made Taskman do basically the process fucking restart. That's crazy. Okay. It completely reset the process of fucking Task Manager. Alright. Nice meme. Jesus Christ. But it's okay now. Nice video. Welcome to the list. Oh, that's right. Oh, they're gonna put me on their little cute little docs list. Oh, that's cute. I'm gonna be on the docs list. I'm on the docs list. Fucking freaks. Even though I didn't really say anything in particular about, like, Charlie Kirk that's, like, particularly radical, but whatever. Time to dox and be, like, stupid fucking annoying freaks. It's complete fucking nonsense, dude. It's actually insane. It would be a darn shame if someone didn't report what I believe is called the Roach Ranch for potentially criminal behavior. Would be a darn shame now, would it? Boom. Oh, really? We make it to the others fucking... I guess we do, yeah. Well, does that mean there could be fucking potential attack waves that come through here? That might be a bit of a problem. That could potentially be an issue. Which means in this area, I'll have to be relatively proactive in making sure that there are absolutely zero pentapod rafts. Best way to do that is with artillery. So once we import in some artillery to here, set up a couple guns, and then shoot the fuck out of the if there's any expansion parties, specifically, to just shoot the shit out of them with shells as they put down the rafts. And I'll take care of that problem. Should work. Gonna have to be probably more aggressive talking about, fucking, Asmongold's little fucking docs list. Because I only did a little blurb about it, but I believe he released his bigger video about it just recently. That he's basically compiling a docs list. Which, is it basically against every fucking TOS? Like, you're not allowed to do that? So it would be a darn shame if no one, if people decided to report him over that. But darn shame! What a loss for humanity, Asmongold. Ah, how unfortunate. Such a pioneer in terms of content creation, Asmongold. What an upsetting loss for humanity. The big roach himself. All because I triggered some of his, like, stupid snowflake little followers into, saying things that are correct about the nature of political violence that Asmongold doesn't fucking get it. Same with, like, people like Tectone. They both don't understand what political violence means. Which is accurate to say. Okay. Alright, lovely. Alright, rockets. Rockets acquired. Let's see what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do just 2 more. Let's go with 8 silos. So I want 8. Should definitely be using the fucking milk inserter. Ugh. Ugh. You're gonna dual stream tomorrow? Nice. Make sure you don't get put onto the Asmongold docs list. Or do. I don't know. Find that as like an honor that these like complete loser freaks have to dox you in order to try to silence your speech. It's hilarious. I'm being partially unironic when I'm saying that, Boy Meets Mini. Check out the more recent Asmongold video. We're going on the freaks list.
Yeah, you're gonna get added to our docs list. Yeah.
It's like, all right, bro. Have fun being. Listen, if I could fucking find your stupid ass, you're getting fucking reported to the authorities. For doxing. Or attempting to compile a list of docs. Freak. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Jesus. But Daho, I thought the conservatives were supposed to be pro-free speech. Well, that's the funny thing. They never were. They were always charlatans and liars. Unfortunately, hypothetical person, lying is still overpowered. It's not been nerfed. It's still too OP. Needs to be nerfed. Lying OP needs nerf. Or for you StarCraft heads out there, Imba, it's Imba, bro, it's Imba. It's Imba. Alright, that's that done. for a second, like, why am I short on one side of the belt? It's normal. Ish normal. I guess we're just gonna make science right here then. And carbon to fiber. Anything else I need from this damn plant that uses whatever the fuck? Not fish breeding. Fish breeding? More like Riz breeding. I don't know what that means. We get the epic quality. That's pretty cool. Fertilized tree growth. Okay. Tree seeding. So, oh boy, we can plant seeds in Novice. Very cool. Advanced bioculture. Well, those are two science packs I don't have. Well, we want this. We definitely want this shit. We're going to be doing a bunch of improvements to our spaceship with this shit. Nutrient efficiency. Electrochemical science pack. Calcium sulfite recovery. Recover calcium sulfite from excess nutrients. First we use light oil as our organic phase and water as our aqueous phase in our secretory funnel. With time, ions from nutrients is used in the aqueous state, while the oil layer contains all the organic material. Then we use sulfuric acid to crash the calcium sulfate out of the solution. We use more water for recrystallization to purify the calcium sulfate crystals. Well, that's from corundum. We'll get to corundum eventually. We'll get there. Make a couple lasers in this area. Mostly for point defense against the, Though honestly, having lasers even on our point defense system right around here is not bad because of the excess wigglers that typically get spawned. The lasers can take care of those pretty decently. By pretty decently, I mean very easily. Just bap with the laser, and they die. While the Tesla turrets take care of everything else. Alright, flying robot frames. I think that's the only other thing I want. Batteries and these engine units. Alright, now we have our next fucking rocket part productivity, huh? That'll be fun. Basic low gravity assembly. Platform power pylons. Nanite extraction. Gray goo. 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 Well. Okay. The batteries and the electrical engine units I want. Doesn't need to be that many. the only other thing we want is steel. And circuits. Alright, robots. Ugh.
We love robots, don't we, folks?
rocket assembly time. I'm consuming 1.1 gigawatt. What the heck? Power issues. But why? We just consuming too much power again? I think we need to make the power plant bigger. Well, time to go get more condenser turbines. Because we don't have enough. So back to there you go. Oh, we're out of power. Ah, I see. Aha! Okay, gotcha. These were not keeping up with the amount of... Ah, okay. I see the problem. We are producing too much cooled steam. Let's see. So this is 8. Yeah. Okay. We just need more ways to get rid of the cooled steam. Yeah, too much cooled steam. Thank you, Gabe. Also, Boy Meets Mini, I don't know if you saw the thing that I told you about, but maybe need to be wary of some weirdo potential doxers. Look at the Asmongold video. The more recent one about him not understanding political violence. SMH Boy Meets Mini. So I did say recently that Asmongold is looking to just basically start to make a fucking docs list. Nope, not the short. The hour-and-a-half long one. List Pepe. Okay, that's all good. I wonder what that individual means by list. I can think of a couple things. I can think of a few things. Doho, might you be dealing with a potential terrorist? If we want to be as hyperbolic as possible, we can say that. Might as well get more mining productivity. I've got nothing else going on. Just get that. You seeing that Boy Meets Mini? I wonder what he means. List. Now, ultimately, I don't think... Yes, he did. His most recent video is about compiling a list of leftists, people on the quote-unquote left, who are saying mean, terrible things about Charlie Kirk. Even though, for the most part, they're not, but... whatever. No consistency with these people, obviously. Honestly, even in that instance, then, Boy Meets Me, I would not say stop commenting. Because that's what they want, basically. They want you to stop commenting. So then they win. And I don't want them to win. I want them to lose. Permanently. And never emerge ever again. Because that's exactly what they want. That's why they're saying the things that they're saying. It's an attempt to silence people. That's fair. I mean, it is literally advocating for harassment. We did a segment about it like 2 days ago. A short segment, right? Saying that he's going to use his community on Twitter to hold people to account, quote unquote. Now, you can interpret that however you mean. It's just like, you know. Oh yeah, and I saw it quickly. I saw like a minute of it. It's the exact same thing. You like if you can just scroll through the actual through the video. You don't even have to watch the full thing. He's going through like people's profiles LinkedIn shit, all their fucking social media. He's just combing through them. It's a doxing video. Like, quite literally, it's advocating for reporting people. So that should be reported. He's making it like a dox thread. Or attempting to make a dox thread. Oh, but these are like public open stuff. It's like, yeah, but you still don't fucking do that. You don't broadcast that, like, to your massive fucking audience of, like, schizophrenic weirdos. It's like, that's, you're trying to dox people. That's how that works, Asmongold. That's true, Boy Meets Minnie, and I think it's a good idea to help accelerate the process. Pepe, 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 Pepe. It would not be a bad thing to help accelerate that process. When bro is literally advocating for people to be fucking doxxed. I'm looking forward to the day that he's gonna start, like, moaning, bitching, and complaining about, like, they reported me, and he does, like, the 3 IQ Pepe post. It's like, yeah, people reported you because you're trying to make a dox thread, bro. Like, it's a big no-no. You don't do that. That's, like, one of the cardinal fucking sins that you're committing, Asmongold, is making dox threads. Like, you are relegating yourself to fucking the obscurity of, like, the weirdo fringes of the internet who nobody fucking likes. It's like, yeah, people don't like doxers. They're crazy, I know. People don't like those guys. It's a radical concept, I know. It's a little crazy, but yeah. It's gonna be very sweet when it fucking happens, because it's just like, alright, well, actions, my consequences for my actions, I'm going to learn today. Oh, whoa, crazy. And then everyone's just gonna, like, shock Pikachu face in his, like, gaggle, like, collection of, like, charlatans and morons that he has. It's like, don't be acting surprised. You were trying to make a dox thread. You know, you were literally doing the exact same shit as fucking Kiwi Farms. Don't be so fucking shock Pikachu facing, okay? You're not special, little bubby, okay? You're not. You ain't slick. You ain't him. Like, relax. You're nothing special. No one likes you. You should eat shit and die. Because you are advocating for people to get doxxed. That's how it is. Advocate for doxing? Yeah, well, you know. Get fucking owned for it. It sucks, I know. Because at some point, you need to experience some type of consequence for your fucking actions. That's how it is. That'll be the bigger power plant. Put that there just in case. Condenser turbines again. We can now go back to Gleba and drop them off, and then that'll be the power situation sorted out. Since he's seriously frustrated how easily Asmongold has made people associate Blue Sky with mental illness, he was quick with that. Well, because in reality, he thinks that people on the left are mentally fucking ill. Like, I hardly use Blue Sky besides like promoting fucking videos. Like, that's it. That's all I use Blue Sky for. You're on the platform, therefore you are mentally ill. It's like, that's not how that works. Like, I don't like Blue Sky as a platform because of how like echo chambery it is. Yeah, I don't really like that in particular. I prefer Twitter in that particular respect because it's not really an echo chamber. So like the things that they get pissed at people about for engaging with in Blue Sky is just like, it's like, oh, there's no application here. It's almost as if you guys are a collection of freaks and weirdos. Well, I mean, no, here's the thing. Like, the problem is like, and what they're decrying is, the only reason why these idiots are fucking, well, pissed is purely due to the fact that they just they go on the platform, and then they break the TOS immediately, and then they have a fucking schizophrenic conniption about the fact that they broke the TOS immediately, and it's just like, dog, you broke the TOS, like, instantaneously the second you got here. Like, what did you expect? Like, you said a bunch of shit, now you're gonna get hit. Like, that's how that works. Like, yeah, TOSs are all woke, actually. Yeah, that's true. Like, if you say, like, again, the problem is because these people have, like, a demented understanding of what free speech is. Because they don't actually care about the concept of free speech. But the concept, the idea that they understand of free speech is incredibly fucking demented. So they think that free speech, you can just say anything you want without any consequences to your fucking actions. There's a problem with that fucking logic. Free speech is a two-way street, motherfucker. If people want to make it their business to have consequences for what you say, that's their fucking prerogative, and it is correct. That is still free speech being practiced on your end and on our end. The problem is when it comes to slurs and the usage of the positions that these motherfuckers love advocating for, is that it is a vehicle, a vestige of a way to shut down speech. Because in reality, these motherfuckers are incredibly anti-free speech. They don't care about free speech. It's just, to them, it's like what that fucking weirdo loser Pinesep honestly said during that Jubilee video when he was talking with Mehdi Hassan. Which is, I don't know why he said that, strategically speaking. Well, I'm saying this a little surreptitiously. We know why he said that. It's because he's a fucking freak. And in reality, he's totally okay with, like, bringing forth the sort of, like, thing that's going to help make this manifest. But whatever. At least he was very, very open and honest about it. Which is better than most of these fucking losers who will pretend to kowtow that shit consistently. Because in reality, they're just pussies about it. What was I saying? What was I going on about? Alright, like, just, like, the sheer fucking stupidity of this whole fucking thing. The demented understanding and interpretation of what free speech is, like, the most fucking annoying shit on the planet. Because I am pro-free speech. I am. The problem is I understand that if you say certain things, there's consequences for it. Well, there it is, as well. But, I mean, I don't even know if it's like hyper individualism, but because these people just have, as I've said before, just like how they have demented interpretations of what speech is, they also have demented interpretations of what individualism is. Like, do you really expect me to believe that for even a second, Asmongold, Tectone, and like all these other far-right weirdos have an understanding about what being an individual really means? No, I don't believe it for a fucking second. They don't understand what any of this shit means. Because for them, they don't actually care about any of these positions. For them, it's all about just, well, exerting their will and influence upon other people. That's all that they really fucking care about. They just want other people to suffer. That's it. So you're gonna be a part of a list. It's like, okay, cool. What if I were to just, like, report you to authorities or some shit? Like... Actions meet consequences. And here's the thing, like, the only reason why Asmongold is, again, making his fucking dox threads is because of people who he perceives as being, saying terrible things about Charlie Kirk. What I've said about Charlie Kirk, in terms of, like, I don't know, celebrating his death, which is, like, the justification for it, didn't really celebrate his death. It did not, in any of the coverage of the fucking situation that's happened. So, I don't know, like, these people are just completely demented, delusional fucking, like, collection of fucking weirdos and schizos, so... But it's okay, we have to deal with their fucking miserable fucking existences. And so we must accept the fucking consequences of that, so... It's so silly, dude. It really, really is just like the goofiest fucking thing on the planet. There's a reaction they think if you don't put Charlie above Jesus, you side with the shooter. Meanwhile, they cry more about nuance. Well, the thing is like, all these motherfuckers who purport to be fucking Jesus freaks know that that is, like, explicitly, like, that is a sin. They're committing a sin. They're committing the sin of idolatry. You do not make false idols or any idols above that of the fucking Lord. But again, they don't care. It doesn't matter to them. Well, yeah, obviously they don't give a fuck about it, right? Like, the ideology is inherently for idolatry. But you know what I mean? Like, quite literally, it is idolist behavior. They are for making idols. That's the thing. Yeah, Reagan, Trump, Charlie Kirk are all above Jesus. And they want to call the left being the main sinful ones when they are in reality committing one of... I don't know if it's one of the bigger sins within fucking Christianity, but if they were doing that in the Old fucking Testament, God would fucking kill them on the spot. If we are to believe the Old Testament. Am I right on that assessment there, Boy Meets Mini? Kind of. Okay. What is it would it be safer for me to say that it is depends on God's mood. Depends on how much of a fucking asshole he feels like. How about that? The Old Testament is interesting because it's more about the struggle of the Israelite people and understanding God's will for them.
We love the Israelites, don't we, folks? We love giving them weapons so they can blow up Palestinians with. Let's go.
A lot of the invasions and calamities were associated with sin and death because, well, this was the Bronze Age, right? Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes, I do think I know what you're fucking talking about. It happened, wasn't it it was in Egypt, right? Oh, it was in the Levant. Because, the reason why I'm, like, vaguely aware of it is because I believe a similar event also plays out in, Rome Total War. Well, I mean, it would make sense if it's in the fucking Nile River Valley. Like, that's where it would make sense the most, right? Let me just double check. And of course, they interpret that as the world because of the fact that that was the only world that existed then. They don't understand violence. Yes, because we're not violent people. And the dude has a grayed out Charlie Kirk fucking PFP. It's pure cinema. No, none of them should be fucking ever taken seriously. They should just be bullied, like ostracized from communities. Get rid of them. I was gonna look up the Great Flood. Flood in the Levant in the Bronze Age. So I was thinking to myself, I was gonna look something up, but I don't remember. Oh, I'm looking this up, and apparently there was not a huge flood in the Levant during the Bronze Age, right? Because Kish experienced two great floods between 3000 and 2900 BCE, and another even larger flood around 26. And this is from r/debate evolution, which, I mean, it makes sense that it would be there because, again, a lot of the young Earth creationists tend to be like absolute Bible freaks, right? So it checks out why it would be appearing there. That's more plausible. Black Sea Deluge hypothesis. Okay, I think this makes more sense. Because the Nile River Valley having a huge flood that goes into the Levant, that seems a little fucking strange. Now, something from the Black Sea? Okay, I think that makes a bit more sense. We travel across from, like, Anatolia, perhaps, through Trebizond, through Syria, into the Levant. I'm not sure if the Cappadocian Mountains would interrupt that in particular. I'd have to take a look at the geography of the place, but that's like the only thing I can think of. But that's a hypothesis. From a liberation theology POV, the Old Testament is the Israelite people trying to understand God's will, while the New Testament fulfilled that understanding through Christ and globalized the faith. So what you're telling me is that Jesus being a hippie was all a part of the plan. It was all according to Keikaku. This is why I hate biblical literalism, because it doesn't have this context. Makes sense. Okay. Right. Time to make the egg preserver thing. Gonna make the egg preserver, then go get the eggs, and then stick the one egg in here, and then not have to think about ever running out of eggs. I'll stick it actually over here in case I want to expand out. It's not a book of laws, it's metaphors for guiding your life. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's why, it's one of those things where I always just found it really, really weird that people decide to take the Bible as literally as it does. Like, that's very strange to me. Because there's a lot of wacky shit that fucking happens in the Bible. Like, pillars of salt and shit. A lot of strange things happen in the fucking Bible. Talk to most Jews, they will agree with this. I feel like, well, even like actual fucking, like, because again, the problem is that this is all because of like weirdo evangelicals. The evangelicals are the ones who do the literal sort of interpretation fucking bullshit. They're the fucking problem here. Where they decide to literally interpret everything too much. Yeah, like there's gods constantly fighting in like Hindu texts and shit, that's true. Just like in 40k. Literal gods fight each other all the fucking time in 40k. Or if you'd prefer, 40 gay. Say that in Archer's chat, he gets so mad. Oh, yeah, that fucking freakazoid. Did I take too many gears? I think I took too many gears. That's okay. Yeah, it's too many gears. Cool. Alright, that will take care of that. Now we can finish up this egg preserver thing. Alright, let's go murder that nest. Set request 3 contents. Enable, disable. I don't know. That doesn't need to be that many. I don't need them. I don't need a lot of spoilage. Okay. We'll ask for just like 12 of this shit. Should not be disabled by Nant. has 10. That's a little strange. There's nothing in there. What do next look like? They basically look like, I'll show you them. How's this reading 30 nutrients from here? That's so strange. There's only one in there. Whatever. I wanted to try to control that. It's whatever. Spoilers is just meant to be fucking constantly used and gotten rid of, so that's fine. Here. Now that we've made the egg preserver and everything. There's a rat. This is what a nest actually looks like. There's the small ones and there's the big ones. This is a bigger one. Typically, they're only in, like, collection. There's sometimes, like, not that many of them. So those are the pentapods. There's the egg raft. These are the stompers. They're the big boys. They run around, and they have a fuck ton of different resistances. Which is why they are very difficult to deal with. However, they have 0 electric resistance, and their whole gimmick is that they have multiple hit spots. So the thing with Tesla weapons, their main shtick is that when they hit a target, they can bounce and hit multiple targets. Well, since this thing has multiple different hitboxes, that makes Tesla weapons highly effective at taking down the stompers, especially because they have no resistance. Same with the strafers. The strafers are fast little guys that shoot. Yeah, which is why I said, when you were just like, I'm gonna go to Gleba first, I'm like, you're a fucking brave man for doing that. You can do that. But you're brave for that, because you need heavy weapons to take these things fucking down. Even think about taking these things down. And guess what? Rocket turrets are the only heavy weapons that you have. You're going to be mostly relying on gun turrets and if you don't have at least red ammo, you're not going to have the stopping power necessary to take it down. Lasers, throw that out of the question. Those don't do shit. The only other weapons are flamethrowers. Throw that out of the window as well. Those are fucking worthless. Where are you making light oil from? Or any kind of oil on this planet? You can't have... There's no petroleum-based products at all on this planet. It's all biological. The only petroleum chemical fluid product you can make is lubricant. That's it. Because there has to be a way to make lubricant so you can make rocket silos to leave. That's why. Otherwise, you can't make any chemical products. So, no ammo for flamethrowers. So, the only way you can even think about denting these guys is with rockets. How do you make rockets? Because you can see those resistance profiles right there. Yeah, these things are very fucking resilient. Good luck taking these things down with any other weapon that's not electric. You can use capsules. Capsules work. Destroyer capsules are very, very effective because they are an electric-based weapon. Very, very effective, and you don't need to invest much in electric weapons damage. Just even the 2 levels you get for free, more than enough. And will just destroy stompers because of their resistances being bad. Now, obviously not as good as Tesla weapons, because the Tesla weapons have the arcing. Yeah, you can do capsules. Capsules work. Destroyer capsules are very effective. They're just expensive. They're effective, but expensive. Might not be the most sustainable thing to do on Gleba, because Gleba is sort of like resource arc, I suppose, for lack of a better term, is a little slow because of the fact that you have to make the bacteria that turns into the ores. So there's a bit of a delay on purpose, meaning your production in terms of ores and whatnot is always lower on this planet inherently. Period. End of story. There's nothing you can do about that. It's always going to be worse on Gleba. which also makes, because you're making a bunch of ores, that makes foundries also significantly better on this planet. Because you're gonna, since the ore production is not as good, you want to get as much out of that ore as possible. And foundries do that exactly when you turn it into molten metal. That's why going to the other two planets is better, generally speaking, instead of Gleba. And that's why Gleba's always left last. But then again, Gleba compensates for the fact that it has the best fucking technologies for the vanilla game, right? Efficiency 3 modules, you get productivity 3 modules. You get epic quality, advanced asteroid processing, as well as asteroid productivity, which are both very, very good. I have to fucking find out what's in here because of the fucking mods. Rocket fuel productivity is fine. Same with plastic productivity is good. And yeah, oh, Spidertrons. Yes, you also get Spidertrons from, you get Spidertrons from Gleba as well. The Spidertrons, since this is modded, is changed for me. It's an egress-based technology for me instead. But that's what you get from Gleba. Oh, and you get the stack inserters and belt stacking, which is also really, really fucking good. It quadruples your output effectively, right? So there's a lot of good stuff on Gleba. Lots of good stuff. Unless you also want health. Yo, get 30 more points in health. Let's go. But yeah, that's basically Gleba in a fucking goddamn nutshell, right? Vacuum heating tower. What's this? But yeah, that's that. If that makes sense. Now I need to clean these guys' eggs. So it's time to kill them. See? Very, very efficient, very simple, very clean, and they are just instantaneously dead. Does a weapon? Well, those are the small ones. If there were the big ones, it'd be a bit more of a fight, but we're not at that evolution factor. Like, our evolution factor here is very low because they've been hardly eating any spores. I've been keeping them significantly under control. They've been hardly getting any pollution, so... No, those guys are the little baby easy ones. So, just like that, we now have permanent egg preservation. You can just let that go. Now, obviously, if I leave them there, they do hatch into enemies, which is why you need to have guns to protect yourself and your assets. But we're going to turn them into science. Yeah, I am Monster. I'm turning these annoying-ass enemies into... well, okay, the Wigglers are not that bad, to be honest. They're, like, pretty irrelevant. GLaDOS would love this game. She probably would like this game, because we're turning, well, creatures into science. So if any of these motherfuckers ever hatch, well, we got the blicky ready. they will be instantaneously vaporized. That's kind of annoying. In terms of where these belts are placed. That's okay. It's not the end of the world. So for the time being, I'm going to basically turn all of them into mulch. Or murder all of them. Because I just wanted to get this process going. We're going to just turn them all into, well, death. We're just going to kill all of them. Listen, they're not allowed to just stay there. Them just staying there is bad. We have, like, listen, this process will never stop. We can just keep making them for forever. Like, it doesn't matter. The setup that I have is inherently such that, it'll never run out, so. I'm not gonna let these motherfuckers hatch. I'm just gonna kill them. They're all gonna die. I'm turning them into food. Or rather, into mulch. Into kindling? Of course, there's a bunch of them that's stuck in there, but that's okay. The ones that are stuck in there, we'll just take them out and kill them. Or they'll hatch and they'll just die immediately. That's okay as well. Because when they hatch with like 1 HP. And then they'll be like kind of groggy for a second. They'll just be like, oh, what the fuck happened? And then they just get killed immediately. One of the two. Doesn't matter. Rather, let me just grab these out of here so then I can make more. Need to make me some more. Let's get rid of these for now. In fact, I should stop. Alright, let's make a bunch of biochambers. gonna give this basically a circuit condition saying that if this is working, for it to pick things up. Or, better put it on a timer. Oh, but I was out of biochambers, so now we got plenty of biochambers. Hopefully. Not really, no. The other two planets are much easier in comparison to Gleba. The other two planets are much easier. Oh, I mean, there's a reason why you always go to Vulcanus first, because it's broken. The foundry is broken. The mining drills are really good. Not broken, but they're pretty much broken. And, because, yeah, like, Gleba gives you the best shit in terms of tech. The problem with Gleba is that it's Gleba. Gleba's a pain in the ass. Like, no reason. It's a pain in the ass for a reason, but yeah, it's a big pain in the ass. Yeah, you should definitely go to Vulcanus. You can also go to Fulgora first if you want. The electromagnetic plant is probably the second best building in the game, I'd say. Being able to make circuits, which is probably the most important thing to make, much faster, much cheaper, is fantastic. Alright, thank you for your service. But yeah, I would say that the electromagnetic plant is probably the second strongest building. It is obviously very good. Because the thing is the motto of every fucking Factorio player is always going to be, you think you have enough circuits? No, you don't. Double production. It is important to have a lot of circuits. You think you have enough circuits? No, you do not. Double it. Doesn't matter. Because a mistake that a lot of newer players make, and I've also made the same mistake, is not make enough red circuits. Like, this might not be enough red circuits. For now, for a basic base like this. Yeah, this is enough red circuits. But I can always just extend that bit out more, and make a fuck ton of circuits. Now, you may be thinking to yourself, well, Daho, you seem to just be consuming rather frivolously here. Like, why are you doing that? And I am, but here's the thing with Gleba. That's fine. Everything's free. Doesn't matter. You can just consume frivolously. Whatever. You'll just make more. This planet encourages you to consume frivolously. All the stuff that I'm basically wasting is all free, so it doesn't matter. So once this is up, this will produce a couple hundred science per minute. The reason why I don't want this going up yet is because there we go. I need to fix the belts on Novice first. I have to do that personally before we can start researching stuff. But yeah, we're pretty much ready to leave. We can leave and just come back. This place is completely self-sufficient, so we're more or less done with this planet. But then because we came to this planet, we have a lot of work in order to fix up the factory, in order to improve it. There's a lot that will have to be done. This is Gleba. Came out pretty well, I'd say. And we'll just call it for the with the factorioing there for today. Boop. But yeah, we are more or less completely done with that planet. The only thing we have left to set up on there is just carbon fiber production, and that's it. Just carbon fiber and it's done. Which makes us a bunch of different things. More so because of the mods, so we'll have a bunch of uses for that shit. Oh my god, this one fucking dude who keeps arguing and arguing and arguing and arguing is just like, how am I being dishonest? Look at the people celebrating. It's like, that's not the point that I'm bringing up, man. Like, I even mentioned that, yeah, it's understandable why people are celebrating. I've mentioned that. It's like, yeah, I understand why. Charlie Kirk advocated for abhorrent things. You can claim he's playing a character. It doesn't change the effect that he's had. It's nonsense, but whatever. Like, it doesn't matter. Okay, I will also be back. We've got water, bathroom, blah, blah, blah. Doing laundry. Wow. We are so Barack. Channel has been reported both on YouTube and authorities. Huh? But rather malevolence. You fucking freak. What a fucking freak, dude. These people are unironically fucking psychotic. Okay. Say bye to your fucking... Get banned from my fucking channel, you stupid bitch. Like... I don't even talk about any of the violent stuff. Reports. Misinformation. Harassment. This one is harassing me. Reports. Bye, bitch. Reporting me to the authorities for talking about Asmongold not understanding political violence. Alright, bye-bye. Fuck off, idiot. Go fuck yourself, you stupid bitch. Thanks for making your fucking intentions known, you stupid fucker. I'm gonna get rid of you. What's up, Methos Web? How are you doing, buddy? Alright, let's pull up our fucking sheet. That's not the thing I wanted to pull up. That's my bad. That's good, that's good. Solid, solid, solid. About to start doing some yapping. Am I Romanian? Sure am. Me too. Nice. I only know how to speak it, not how to write. Don't know how to write or read it. That's like that I can't do. Salud bună seara. Nah, I guess it's technically Sata here in Canada. Can you ask me something? Sure, go right ahead. No problem. You're in the U.S. Ah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Listen, typically when Romanians come by, they're all in Romania. So I was just like, you're probably in Romania or something. I don't know. But you're in the US. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I was just about to say, like, it's morning in Romania. What the fuck? That makes it... That makes much more sense.
That makes a lot more sense.
Sure, what's the question? Yeah, go ahead, ask. It's fine. Sounds good. Watching me on Twitch for a week or so. Hmm?
We love the lurkers, don't we, folks?
Why so much hate's not good for you? I get what you're saying, yeah, Methos Web. What's gonna happen to the economy? Shit the bed. Or it's currently shitting the bed. Well, how to say this? I'm trying to think what the best way is. Yeah, like I understand why you're saying that I have hate or something. I think of it as righteous anger, right? We're talking about like a lot of, well, depressing shit. A lot of unjustifiable stuff. And, you know, we talk about, like, silly topics as well. We're gonna talk about, like, basically drama between Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. And that's basically what it is. So, It just depends on the topic. Like, in most of the videos, in most of the stuff I talk about, like, to be quite honest here, with a lot of the stuff that's been going on, because, you know, I find it particularly frustrating with all the Charlie Kirk stuff in particular. All the, like, stupid, dumbass conservatives will be like, oh, we want the day of the rope. We're gonna kill all the leftists because it was a leftist who killed Charlie Kirk. And it's just like, that's not the case, man. Like, it's silly. Like, you have to push back against stuff like that relatively aggressively, right? Yeah, not good for your neurons. Learn that in the 4th grade. Yeah, that's true. Well, there's no need to be aggressive. Boy meets mini. I don't think Methos Web is asking this dishonestly. You know, more as like a watch out for your health kind of a thing. But yes, I tend to have a bit more of like a sort of aggressive sort of tone. I prefer to sort of, I guess for lack of a better term, be on the attack. I get animated, I get angry kind of a deal, right? Like, most of the only time where I get like angry and aggressive, well, it depends on the topic, obviously. It's just like when I'm talking about this shit, which is fine, because I think it is warranted to be angry, right? Also, for Bilbo Baggins, what do I think will happen with the economy? Well, so far, with what the Fed is doing in particular with the economy, is they're trying to lower interest rates because the jobs numbers are going down. So, which is a bit of a gamble. It's a bit of a 50-50, basically, with what's going on there. They're hoping that with the rates being lowered, for example, that will incentivize some form of job growth because people are going to be able to more easily invest in their businesses. The problem is with the job numbers going down as they are, and I think it's going to get worse if the tariffs are still allowed to be put in place, because why would businesses want to invest into their own business when they're constantly losing money because of the tariffs, blah, 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 blah. It's basically going to try to see if, like, okay, let's see if we can incentivize businesses to bring the jobs numbers back up. But if you keep the rates as they are, and the jobs numbers keep going down, but it's going to keep inflation in place. So, because with the rates going down, inflation's definitely going to go up. Prices are definitely going to go up. But the gamble here is just like, well, maybe as a sort of gamble to get the economy going, more jobs will be created because of the job rate, or because of the rate cuts. It's going to incentivize more people to get put into work, for example, and it's going to help stimulate the economy because more people are getting paid and more people are going to have money in order to buy stuff, thus forming some kind of stimulation to get around the inflationary pressures that are happening due to the tariffs. Like I said, it's a gamble. So at this point, the only thing that's going to happen in particular with the economy, and because of this rate lowering, it's going to take like a couple months to play out. But with all the coverage I've done before about all this stuff with the fucking tariffs, I was saying, like, it's going to take a couple months to see, to basically see, like, what's going on in particular. And so far, all the stuff that I've been consistently saying has been more or less playing out. Jobs numbers are going down, the economy is going hitting the fan, shit's hitting the fan in terms of the economy, and inflation's going up, right? It's stagflation. It's here, right now. Thanks for responding. I agree with you, but I personally don't know people who are losing jobs or can't find work. I'm in California right now. Do you see anything on your end? Youth unemployment rate in Canada is at 18%. As per statistics that came out in August 2025, just last month. Every job that I applied to has 100 plus applicants on it consistently, and it's been like this for about 5 months. It's bad. It's really bad. Like, there's job listings, right? But a lot of corporations will do job listings as basically a way to, I am in Canada, yes. But a lot of the same behaviors also apply to the U.S., right? Like the jobs numbers just had a huge fucking cut, for example. And I think about like 280,000 people in the U.S. just applied for unemployment, which is bad. That's a really, really bad signal, right? What was I gonna say? What was my fucking point? Yeah, it's rough basically because of the job number revisions, stagflation's basically here. The question is now basically the recession is inevitable. It becomes a question about when is it going to happen? Because I do think a recession is inevitable. It's just when, right? And all the signs are basically there. Not to mention also the dollar that's also going down and down and depreciating in value. That's another thing that's also happening as well. Yeah, it's a lot of fucking different factors and shit. Also for Methos Web. 20 years in the US, I don't have a political color. That's a lot of people. A lot of people tend to be independent within the United States of America. Simply just due to the fact, well, there is a bubble, boy meets many. It's the AI bubble. Like, it's a bubble. It's bubbling. The question is when it's going to burst, right? And the reason why it's going up consistently, and I've talked about this before, is because everyone's been making consistent bets that Trump is going to back out of stuff, and he's been consistently backing out of stuff. But yeah, Methos Web. A lot of people don't tend to have political colors, I suppose, for lack of a term, or I guess not prescribing to the red team or the blue team, because they feel like Congress doesn't work for them, and that is an accurate assessment. Congress does not work for you. It works for, well, corporations and the rich, effectively. National God. Ugh, flashbang. Ay. You know what I wish all of these I wish all these news websites had a dark mode. I do not like getting constantly flashbanged, like, ah! Don't like that. Not a big fan of that particular behavior. From what I see, politics divided people, and like you said, politicians work for themselves. Not necessarily only for themselves, they're working for a particular set of interests that they feel like will benefit them more in the sort of long run if they work for those interests, right? And the reason why politics divides people, I suppose for lack of a better term, is simply due to the fact that there are outrage peddlers and merchants who have decided to distract people who seemingly are losing control within their lives due to the fact that the economy is as bad as it is and everything is seemingly getting worse in terms of, well, people being able to live their own lives. A lot of people get sort of distracted with a bunch of, well, for lack of a better term, jingling of the keys. Like, oh, look at this instead, look at this instead. where all the rich people run out with the money in the bank. Right? However, it's still important to talk about these particular social issues, however, right? Because it's still bad what is attempted to being done to, like, a lot of minority people, basically. Oh, I'm about to sneeze. About to sneeze? Okay, I'm not gonna sneeze. Alright, got baited by the sneeze. That's not how you spell that word. Apply. Is there any mention about the employment for unemployment? No. So now I'll get a separate thing for that. Ordinary people will never know the truth. Well, maybe not the whole truth, but they can get a pretty accurate idea. Like, do I know the entirety of the truth when I'm making the analysis and the takes that I'm having and the claims that I'm making? No, because it's kind of impossible to have, like, the pure, absolute truth, right? Like, if you try to pursue that, you tend to fall down some rather bad rabbit holes, generally speaking. Or depending on your intentions, of course. But broadly speaking, a lot of those people who try to do that, the absolute truth seekers of the world, tend to be very, very conspiratorial. But I acknowledge, just like, I'm not going to know 100% of everything. I'm going to have a pretty accurate idea, like a pretty decent idea about a position, about a take that I'm going to have, if I just, like, look into enough stuff, read enough things, blah, 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 blah. And it'll probably not be, like, perfect, but it's good enough, right? It won't be perfect. It won't be, like, the best. But hey, you do what you can with what with the sort of tools that you're given, right? Excuse me. Yeah, you know, it is a little defeatist, but do what you can. You do what you can. Because, like, think of it this way, Methoswabe. If you stop looking into this stuff and trying to learn and come up with, like, ideas and stuff, the forces that be within politics, that's exactly what they want, right? That's exactly what they want. The bourgeois, those in power, if you stop paying attention and looking into stuff, that's pretty much it gives them sort of permission to just do whatever they want, right? Like the bourgeois, the rich, whoever, yada yada yada. So don't stop. And if it makes you angry and animated, that means you care, right? There's a authenticity there, basically, right? So, yeah, sure, I swear a lot. I get angry. Sure. That's because I care. I want to see better outcomes for this world. Because currently in the position that we find ourselves in, it's just nothing but wretched darkness. So something has to be done. There has to be a change that is made. Yeah, exactly, Boy Meets Minnie. But I also just, I just do, like, general segments because I see it as, like, putting out narratives, just talking about stuff, yada yada yada. Because if I don't talk, someone else will. And may put out, well, bad stuff. Misinformation. What have you. So there always has to be, some counter-narrative. At the very least. It just depends. I just want the unemployment numbers. First week of September 2025. That is what I wanted. Thank you. I don't want this. Alright, I've got all the stuff I'm looking for. Not the Factor Oreos. Alright, let's shut that down. That's not gonna be the first thing we talk about. Boop. Just waiting for a bit for the spritz to make sure my nose is clear. Oh yeah, I mean, same with my family, right? That's why we left Romania. And yes, that is also accurate. Yeah, to call what was in Romania a communist it's not really accurate. Same with the Soviet Union. Same with all the other Eastern Bloc countries. Same with the or Warsaw Pact countries rather. The Chinese, Vietnamese, all of it's not actually communism. Not as like Marx wrote. Very least. Anywho. Start with this. Jair Bolsonaro going to jail for 27 years. Let's go. I don't know, I guess this is what happens when you live in an actual country and not the US, who jails people for if they decide to foment some coups. So, you know, great, fantastic, very, very good. But yeah, former president Jair Bolsonaro sentenced to more than 27 years in prison for plotting a coup. So for those who don't know, 2022 election, Jair Bolsonaro loses, was constantly signaling that it's like, we're going to do our own Jan 6, we're going to do our own Jan 6, we're going to do it, guys. It's going to be the day of the rope. We're going to go after people. They tried to do it. Like, it was, you know, we've seen the image, right? About like all the dudes, their Brazilian flags gathered in front of the Supreme Court building because they wanted to go after a particular Supreme Court judge, and also Lula da Silva. I think it's De Marais or something. I forget the name. I'm really bad with names. So I don't 100% remember the name of the Supreme Court judge, but they wanted to go after him, Lula, to basically do the coup, right? To do the, I don't know, basically like a military dictatorship. I mean, Jair Bolsonaro's talked fondly about, well, having a military dictatorship back in Brazil, so that would be something like that. So yeah, he got convicted of plotting to remain in power. I know as a result of this, Trump was,
I'm not very happy about this, folks. I'm very upset, so I'm going to try to respond in this.
because it's all communist left judges, even though everyone basically agrees unanimously that the verdict is correct. So it's just like, okay, whatever, bro. Panel of Brazilian Supreme Court justices sentenced former President Jair Bolsonaro to 27 years and 3 months in prison Thursday after convicting him of attempting a coup to remain in office despite his 2022 electoral defeat. And this is not the first time they've done stuff like this before. There's a Brazilian Supreme Court that was, well, sentenced people to jail for a lot of corrupt dealings that they've had. Like, it's not... Oh, like they actually say. It's very funny. So far, a politician who governed Brazil between 2019 and 2022 was found guilty on 5 counts by 4 members of a 5-justice panel. Woof! 4-1. The latest to rule were Carmen Lucia Cristiano Zanin on Thursday, a day after another justice, Luis Fuchs? I'm going to say Luis Fuchs, because it's funny. Disagreed and voted to acquit the ex-president of all charges. Oh, I'm sure. Bolsonaro is currently under house arrest. His lawyers said that they will appeal the verdict to the full Supreme Court of 11 judges. I mean, if it was a 4-1 based off of this 5 panel, I don't know. I mean, we know that, De Marais is going to be part of that. He's definitely going to vote to convict his ass, considering the fact that Jair Bolsonaro has been threatening his life. So... not exactly a good fucking look, my dude, if you want to go for the full 11 panel. Like, I don't know, take the L, dude. Like, you lost. Cope. Seethe. I can't imagine, like, coping and seething about this for, like, literally 3 years. But, I mean, it's the exact same shit Trump would have done, right? If the Supreme Court or, like, lower courts ruled, like, yeah, what you're doing is illegal. He's going to keep appealing and appealing and appealing for it to go to the Supreme Court. And then have it fail. Well, not if it goes to the Supreme Court, it's probably not going to fail. It will keep failing within the lower courts. The ruling and sentence could deepen political divisions and prompt backlash from the United States government. U.S. President Donald Trump said Thursday that he was very unhappy with the conviction. Speaking to reporters as he departed the White House before the sentence was announced, he said he had always found Bolsonaro to be outstanding, very good. Well, I mean, there's a reason why he's called the Trump of the Tropics, because he just is an authoritarian, well, fucking weirdo just like him. That's about it. He's calling it a witch hunt. The trial was widely followed in a divided Brazil, with some people backing the process against the former president, while others still support him. Some took to the streets to back the far-right leader. The trial got renewed attention after Trump linked a 50% tariff on imported Brazilian goods to his allies' legal situation, calling it a witch hunt. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about that. The basis for Brazil's, 50% tariffs is just like,
well, you're going after one of my guys who decided to suck my cock and just is basically exactly like me. So, 50% tariff against you. Fuck you, you suck.
And it's just like, why would you do that? Like, the United States has a trade surplus with Brazil. Why would you slap a tariff on them? They're just gonna, be like, okay, I guess we're gonna find other trade partners, because go fuck yourselves? We're just not going to buy any of your products anymore. Why would you do this? Oh, because he's a spiteful, petty, narcissist and dipshit. So that's very, very cool. Conviction, he said on Thursday, is very bad for Brazil. Bolsonaro faced accusations he attempted to illegally hang on to power after his 2022 electoral defeat to current President Luis Inácio Lula da Silva. I mean, 2022 Brazil gathering in front of Supreme Court building, because that was basically the plan that they had, right? Like, it was this. Like, there was these guys were all Bolsonaro supporters in front of the Supreme Court building, where they were just basically kind of chilling there, trying to find his name is Justice de Mario, who I believe the Trump administration is trying to slap sanctions on, which is just obviously insane. It's like, no,
You're not allowed to judge in that way. Obviously, it's bad. You can't do it. You have to do what I say.
and it's just like, dog, it's not even your court, not your laws. You have no jurisdiction over that. And again, like, honestly, the only reason why this fucking sort of culture and this sort of like I don't know, attitude is even pervasive, why it even exists, is because of, let's be honest here, because of that dumbass Merrick Garland. Like, Merrick Garland is the main reason why this is even the case. Like, let's be quite honest here, because his, like, I don't know, goofy, pathetic head ass decided to not prosecute Trump to the fullest extent of the law for, well, attempting to foment a coup against the United States government, because that's what January 6th obviously was. It was an attempted fucking coup. The intention was always made obvious, and guess what? All those January 6ers, well, they got pardoned by the president earlier this year. That was like the first thing he did when he got into office. Don't forget, Bolsonaro was also terrible because he didn't do lockdowns, and so many people died of COVID. Yeah, how many people died of COVID within Brazil? How many people died of COVID in Brazil? I don't know what the numbers are. I knew people in fucking Brazil, and it was not great. Ooh, 700,000 deaths in Brazil. Is that the second highest? Because the U.S. is first at over 1 million. They had 1.2 million people die. Woof. Well, this says 711,000. I guess, like, more people died after, obviously, because more people are probably also dying to COVID. So, but it's about 700,000 people died. I think this is the second highest number of people who died, because Bolsonaro didn't do lockdowns. He didn't do anything. He just was just like, I'll just let the virus run through people. Who gives a fuck? Keep in mind, I think Bolsonaro himself got about COVID like 3-4 times or some shit, which is obviously ridiculous to say. Okay. No, India was higher, I think, but per capita Brazil. Gotcha. Okay. U.S. were definitely the worst. Wait, how many people died in India because of COVID? I guess it makes sense that a lot more people. Well, 4.7 million deaths. It's estimated. Well, this says 500,000 deaths. Did Modi do fucking lockdowns of in India, Boy Meets Mini? Did he do lockdowns and stuff? I have no idea. Bolsonaro just didn't do anything. He just let the virus run its course and just kill people. Like, that's what he did, which is terrible, obviously, but I mean, he is a conspiratorial freak. I mean, it checks out. Some lockdowns wasn't well regulated. Gotcha. Okay. Well, better than Bolsonaro, who just did nothing. So, prosecutors charged Bolsonaro with a total of 5 charges. They included attempting to stage a coup, being a part of an armed criminal organization, attempted violent abolition of the democratic rule of law, as well as being implicated in violence and posting a serious threat to the state's assets and listed heritage. Yeah, he literally threatened. He literally threatened one of the Supreme Court justices with it told his supporters to literally go after him and Luis Inácio Lula da Silva. So that's really cool. Also, like, another thing with, like, Bolsonaro, because he constantly doesn't really help himself. He's under house arrest, but he keeps going on social media through his sons to try to talk with people, and that always gets caught out immediately, and he just makes his own sentencing even worse and worse, which is so funny. It's like, Bolsonaro, if you really want to get, like, scot-free with your appeals and try to get something out of this with your fucking appeals, like, stop breaking rules and orders that the judges give you. Like, you're just making your situation worse and worse. Like, I'm just, like, imagining what it's like for his fucking lawyers. I mean, unless they're just complete conspiratorial freaks, which they probably are. They would have to be if they want to just, like, probably keep taking cases from, well, Jair Bolsonaro, and just keeps doing, like, complete, utter fucking nonsense, Or it's just like, oh yeah, dude, we're just gonna keep like advocating for my position on social media and talking to people. It's just like, don't do that. You were ordered not to do that, yet you keep doing it. Why would you do that? I don't know. It's just it's very, very fucking goofy. Lawmaker Eduardo Bolsonaro. Yeah, he has like 3 sons. All of them are in fucking politics. So I don't know, nepo babies, whatever. One of the former president's sons talked about his father Thursday on his social media platforms, but instead of mentioning his father's conviction, he pushed for his amnesty, which he is seeking through Congress. I don't think that's going to happen, dude. Not with Lula's party in power. It's time to do nothing less than what is correct. Just, he said. That's such a weird place to cut off that sentence, but okay. Despite his legal woes, Bolsonaro remains a powerful political player in Brazil. Far-right politician had previously been banned from running for office until 2030. In a separate case, he is expected to choose an heir who is likely to challenge Lula da Silva next year. The ruling may push Bolsonaro's allied lawmakers to seek some amnesty for him through Congress. Well, we'll see exactly what happens, but haha, pack watch, rip bozo, get thrown in jail, idiot for planning a fucking coup. I don't know, he's probably gonna get like sick in there again or some shit, be sent off to another hospital. Because we all know the meme of like Jair Bolsonaro constantly being in like a hospital bed for fuck's sake. He's like consistently sick. It's impressive that he still manages to like chug through all the times he's gotten sick despite the fact that he's like 70 years old. So that's pretty crazy. So yeah, hey, United States of America, you guys can probably learn from like what an actual country does to its political leaders when they decide to break the law, plan coups, and have intention of committing treason or some form of like seditious conspiracy. So yeah, you throw them in jail. Like that's what you do. And you throw the book at them. So, hey, Merrick Garland, maybe you could learn a fucking lesson from this. He's probably not going to learn any lessons from this. I don't know. Pack watch, rip bozo, get thrown in jail for, well, trying to plot a coup. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Well, that's not what I wanted to open. Oh man, oh man, oh man. I really want to get like a facial or something. Because I think I have like a bunch of shit on my nose, basically. I don't know what the name of those like face mask things that you put on your face. And then you like peel them off and it gets rid of like all the fucking shit on the nose. I want to get one of those things. Because I feel like that's going to help my problem. Like clear up my fucking face. I think even up here. That'd be nice. You know? I mean, I guess it's not going to last for forever. Because I do tend to sweat quite a bit. It'd be like that sometimes. But, I don't know. Why don't we get into this shit? Getting attacked by the phlegm, dude. Ugh, I hate getting attacked by the phlegm. Well, this is really unexpected, and I think objectively probably one of the funniest things I've seen on the planet. So I've been constantly saying this before, but one of the biggest reasons why Kamala Harris, well, I would say got owned in her campaign, why she had a really, really bad campaign despite her relatively good start in it, pre-DNC, was because of Joe Biden. Joe Biden's ego getting in the way of, Kamala Harris being able to run a successful fucking campaign. And I think that is a big part as to the reasoning as to why, well, the campaign ended up being as big of a disaster as it was, I think, for like lack of a better term. Let's just go with as big of a disaster it ended up being. But it's insane. Her campaign memoir, which was called 107 Days, because that's how long her campaign lasted, which basically talks about a lot of the fucking bullshit that Joe Biden pulled within the fucking back. So this is really, really funny because I've been saying this before. Joe Biden is rather similar to Trump in a lot of aspects in terms of ego, in terms of basically thinking that he was him because of the fact that, oh, well, Jack, I didn't get owned in the midterm, so therefore I must be really, really popular. It's just like, no, Joe. No, that's not how that works, Joe. You're not actually that popular. Trust me. The Republicans were just running a really, really bad campaign strategy during the midterms in 2022 because they thought they had that shit in the bag. Like, it should have been more of a blowout, but not really. They ran such a terrible, abysmal campaign strategy to try to reclaim the House, and they should have gotten more seats, but they got like nothing because all they did with that they did during 2022 was just like hand-wring about trans people, which is just like why are you doing that? That's extremely fucking stupid. But whatever. And now we're also starting to learn about the extent to how Joe Biden was, well, basically a detriment, to be honest, to Kamala Harris, right? We know that basically Kamala Harris was appointed to be the border czar, quote unquote, but it's for basically for the express purpose of just, well, like unironically just have her be there just as like a pretty face and just like actively snub her. Like for Joe Biden, it was all about ego in the end. And I think he honestly is probably one of the biggest, if not the biggest reasons for as to, well, why Kamala Harris was as big of a failure in terms of a campaigner as possible. Now, obviously, we can't go without without mentioning how, well, Kamala, what you should have done was snub Joe Biden. Call him a stupid dumbass. Say, fuck him. Like, this is what he's doing, how he's making my campaign, like, 10 times more fucking difficult. And just, like, bring this all out to light. Like, bring it up all out to light now. A little late, bud. Like, you could have done this, like, way earlier. But whatever. I guess better late than never in this particular respect. But generally speaking, yeah, like, he put her to the sideline. Any suggestion that she said, like, he just didn't pay attention to it. He was the one who wanted to run the show and, like, for whatever reason, thought he could, like, run for a second time despite the fact that his brain was, like, leaking out of his ears. It's genuinely insane. And of all the people I was in the worst position to make the case that he should drop out. I knew it would come off to him as incredibly self-serving if I advised him not to run. He would see it as naked ambition, perhaps as poisonous disloyalty. Even if my only message was don't let the other guy win, right? It's actually genuinely insane. Like, the fucking ego that's on display from Joe fucking Biden is crazy. It's Joe and Jill's decision. We all said that like a mantra, as if we'd all been hypnotized. Was it grace or was it recklessness? In retrospect, I think it was recklessness. The stakes were simply too high. Thanks, Kamala. This wasn't a choice. It should have been left to an individual's ego, an individual's ambition. It should have been more than a personal decision. It literally took, I think, like literally everyone in the Democratic apparatus to make Joe Biden fucking drop out. That's just how fucking ego-driven he was. He thought it was his time. He wanted his 2 fucking termies for himself, and it's just like, bro, what the fuck, man? You're just literally going to throw away everything. Like, okay. Honestly, nah, I don't think it's thanks Kamala is the new thanks Obama. I disagree. I say thanks Joe, because really, like I said before, Kamala Harris probably was in a bit of a bind to try to call this out, because, again, I've said this before, but a lot of her campaign infrastructure was Biden's campaign infrastructure, because of the fact that Biden decided to throw under the bus because he thought that Kamala Harris was the main person that was snubbing her, basically telling him to, Joe, you should really not run again. You're too fucking old, man. Like, just stop. Don't fucking do it. And it's not going to work, man. It's not going to work. And everyone's saying that it's not going to work. You are seemingly the only one with, like, your circle of sycophants thinking that you're the only one who's him and that can beat Trump, when in reality you are not him. Trust me, you're not. Please don't do this show. This is a really, really fucking bad idea. And, well, she couldn't really do anything to push back against that. Now, maybe she could have tried to leak this anonymously through someone to at least give the American people some kind of an idea. Like, she probably should have done that. And I think that probably would have been a good thing to do. But it's just like, because of the fact that Joe Biden's infrastructure was the main infrastructure
That's
she
a
had.
bunch of malarkey.
That is a bunch of malarkey. Considering the fact that his infrastructure was the main sort of structure that she had to use in order to be able to campaign, because again, Biden basically threw her under the bus, said like, hey, you're not going to have any time to fucking campaign, build infrastructure for a campaign, blah, 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 blah. So she was forced to have to use his, so she can't be perceived as disloyal to Joe Biden, because she were, she loses that infrastructure. Like, what does she do? She's not going to be able to properly campaign if she doesn't have that Biden DNC backed like infrastructure. Like, what is she going to do? Like, build it up from the ground up in about 100 fucking days? I highly doubt that. Like, there's no way. I was well aware of my delicate status. Lore has it that even outgoing chief of staff always tells the incoming president of chief of staff number one rule: watch the VP, because I'd gone after him over busing in the 2019 primary debate. Wait, really? Fucking Joe Biden's chief of staff really brought up that point? I mean, it was an accurate point that Kamala Harris brought up. Like, it was accurate. Joe Biden is a fucking racist. Period, end of story. It's incredible, dude. I came into the White House with what we lawyers call a reputable presumption. I had to prove my loyalty time and time again. That's fucking incredible, bro. It's fucking insane to me, dude. Like, I want people to understand, this is the exact same shit fucking that Donald Trump does. Joe Biden, Donald Trump, both two egotistical, narcissistic sociopaths. Very, very cool. When Fox News attacked me on everything from my laugh to my tone of voice, to whom I dated in my 20s, or claimed I was a DEI hire, the White House rarely pushed back with my actual resume. 2 elected terms DA, top cop in the second largest Department of Justice in the United States, senator representing 1 in 8 Americans. Lorraine Voles, my chief of staff, constantly had to advocate for my role at events. She's not going to stand there like some potted plant, or like a potted plant. Damn, I don't know. I feel bad for Kamala Harris, but also at the same time, like, I mean, if you had all this knowledge and you were like, do something, say something, like, literally anything. So then, if the people know, they might be rallying to your side, right? Like, use the bully pulpit that you have. Talk about this. Like, talk about how, like, Joe Biden's, like, a complete fucking freak, egotistical moron, that he's similar to Trump in this respect. And I guarantee you, if you use rhetoric like that, you probably would have gotten a lot of people. Yeah, like, that would have ignited her campaign. That would have been a huge political boon for her. But she didn't. She didn't do that. So, like, part of it is just like, yeah, Joe Biden, I knew he was like an egotistical, narcissistic fucking freak. But, like, you had that information, Kamala. You should have just talked about that. You should have brought it up. Like, started attacking Joe Biden. That would have been effective. People would have liked that, because no one liked Joe Biden. 1000% Boy Meets Minnie. Yeah, 2024 was all about anti-incumbency. 1000%. Related to breast cancer, I was speaking formally with the scientists there about how I wish politicians would be would more closely follow the scientific method, testing a hypothesis and adjusting according to results, rather than coming in with the plan as if they had all the answers up front. Is she talking about like Build Back Better and all this shit from Joe Biden, right? I guess that can make sense, right? I said the plan with exaggerated emphasis and air quotes. Fox News, the New York Post, and Newspacks went wild, claiming I faked a French accent. What? I don't even remember any of this shit. Really? That's really really fucking weird. I wonder how much of this is being driven by misogyny, because that, I think, is also a factor to consider as well. Let's be honest here. Like, I don't think that's like ridiculous or hyperbolic to say. And also, don't listen to all like the dumbass lefties who just be like, you're just saying that because I don't know, you hate like communism or whatever. It's like, no, a lot of the stuff that happened because of 2024, I think it's pretty fair to attribute a lot of it to misogyny. I don't think that's like ridiculous to say. Like, a lot of the attacks that Kamala Harris had to deal with were very, very much so brought out because of misogynistic attacks from the Republican Party. That's not ridiculous to say. That's not silly to say. I don't know. Like, it's so fucking goofy, man. I said the plan with exaggerated emphasis and air quotes went wild. This was total nonsense. But the White House seemed glad to let reporting about my gaffe overwhelm the thought in foreign relations I'd achieve. Worse, I often learned the president's... Worse, I often learned that the president's staff was adding fuel to negative narratives that sprung up around me. Are you Why didn't you just say this? If you said all of this and snubbed Biden, she would have benefited so much from this. I guess she was too afraid about losing that infrastructure. Nice fucking meme, dude. One narrative that took a stubborn hold was that I had a chaotic office and unusually high staff turnover during my first year. Yeah, as far as I could tell, that wasn't the fucking case. Yeah? I mean, they do the weird laugh shit because they're misogynistic. Like, that's purely what it is from, like, Fox News, Trump, and all the other conservatives. They just hate women. But the funny thing about this is, yeah, she is an auntie. Like, doesn't she have, like, a show and, like, constantly films herself cooking? I think that's, like, a very common thing that she does. She likes to cook, which is really, really fucking, I don't know, nice. Yeah, she is peak auntie. I 1000% agree with that. Like, she likes cooking for people and all this shit, posting it online, what she cooks, yada, yada, yada. Like, listen. If Kamala Harris wanted to just run, like, a YouTube cooking show, I mean, she could just do that. It would probably be successful. A lot of people are still in K-Hive and she has, like, a cult following. She'd probably be successful doing that. I mean, if she wanted to do that. Their thinking was zero-sum. If she is shining, he's dimmed. None of them grasped that if I did well, he did well. This is actually just insane. This is 1000% how conservatives fucking think. Through and through. Through and through. This is exactly like conservative thinking. Again, I've said this before, but, like, Kamala Harris, you probably should have just talked about this. Yeah, like, I can't believe one of my goons is doing better than me. I have to knock him down a peg. Like, this is peak mafia shit. Where Joe Biden is the head of the family, he's the fucking boss, and there's, like, an uppity upstart who's trying to, like, crimp his fucking style. Which is insane to me. Like, Joe, I don't know how many times I have to tell you, you're not him. No one thought you were him. No one fucking liked you. Like, buddy, you just decided to sell out the country for your own fucking goddamn ego. Like, that's what fucking happened. It was all ego for him. That, given the concerns about his age, my visible success as his vice president was vital. Makes sense, because she's younger. God, it really just underpins just how much of a fucking egotistical, like, sociopath Joe Biden is, thinking that he could run for a second fucking term because he thought it was his turn. This prevailing attitude within the Democratic Party is, like, such a fucking cancerous tumor. Like, let's be honest here. The fact that it's like, well, I think it's my turn. It's my turn to be the guy in charge or whatever. It's just like, oh my fucking lord. You're gonna fucking kill all of us because of this shit, dude. It's insane. It would serve as a testament to his judgment in choosing me and reassurance that if something happened, the country was in good hands. My success was important for him. His team didn't get it. Yeah, I mean, hey, Kamala, if you said this, I think it would have been a huge political boon for you, but you didn't say it. So it's just like, it's not that this rings hollow. It just, I don't know. It seems like it's a lot more difficult for me to sympathize with Kamala Harris here in particular. Because, like, if you knew this, why didn't you say anything? You should have said something. If you said something, you probably would have benefited significantly from it politically. Because, let's be honest here, Joe Biden is a fucking racist, old, misogynistic piece of shit. And those fucking thoughts haven't changed for a very long time. So, I mean, listen, if she said something about it, or did something about it, I think she would have benefited significantly from it. But she didn't. And as a result, Trump is in office now, making everything worse. So, I don't know. Trump is the oldest guy to win the fucking president. So, that's pretty cool and great. So I don't know what else to say here. Is the lesson here is that you should always shit on like all these like super corporate establishment Dems because it's broadly speaking very popular because nobody fucking likes them. I don't know what else is there to say here besides, whoa, it was the most obvious of obvious calls of all time, and the expected thing that happened fucking happened. Basically, the country got sold out because of, let's be honest here, Joe Biden's fucking ego. Well, here's the thing with Zoran, though, Boy Meets Minnie. He doesn't even shit on, Democrats all that hard, right? He goes after, Andrew Cuomo mostly pretty hard, but he doesn't really do, like, all the shitting on, like, corporate Dem stuff. I don't know. He's not that aggressive with it. Because I've not really seen anything where Zoran Mamdani basically shits on Hakeem Jeffries or Chuck Schumer. He hasn't really done that. Yeah, he does it with Cuomo because Cuomo is his obvious adversary and he's the establishment shill, Democratic, whatever the fuck. But with the rest of the National Democrats, he doesn't really do it. And I think he should. He'd be popular if he were to do that. Like, people would really like that. I think especially in New York. But I guess there might be some kind of a fear that the broader establishment within New York might turn against him, perhaps. So he might be thinking it's a difficult balancing act in particular. So he would prefer to just kind of avoid it and focus on trying to be as positive as possible. And I think that's what it probably more is, actually. His idea of wanting to be as positive as fucking possible and not be negative. To be joyful and happy within fucking politics. And if he just bullies and goes after establishment Democrats, popular with the broader, with a lot of people generally speaking, but maybe not with like an overall like political coalition and like electorate. I don't know. I think it's a tough sort of call, but I think Zoran is decided to go with the focus on the more positivity sort of aspect. I think, which is a position that I think makes sense. I wanted that other video. Thank you. Lovely. Okay. What's up, Alex? How's it going, bud? Whoa, hold on. South side of Chicago, can we get a crime report? Crime report, please. Alex? Can we get a crime report? What's going on? Shootings, stabbings, robbery, drugs. What we got? How many crimes? Done criming for the night? Hell yeah. Anyway, let's get started with this shit. So, is Trump just getting tired? Did he just decide not to go ahead with his plans to invade Chicago or something? Like, what's going on here? Trump? Are you getting eepy? I mean, he has been getting a lot more sleepy recently. Like, he's been constantly dozing off on camera. What is this? He wants to send National Guard troops heading to Memphis to fight crime. So, the plan that he had, because J.B. Pritzker was definitely not going to participate in a lot of like Trump's idiotic belligerence, stupid bullshit and nonsense. He made that very, very fucking clear, saying like, no, like, fuck off, Trump. Like, suck our dick, eat my shit. Like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Like, we're not gonna tolerate any of this bullshit of you basically just trying to make the lives of people worse within fucking Illinois, specifically in Chicago, because of like your narrative saying that, oh, there's a lot of crime going on in Chicago, when that's just not the case. But whatever, sure, cool, fantastic. You can just like keep claiming that there is a ton of crime in Chicago when there is none, but sure, cool, fantastic, excellent. So he either would go to Tennessee, which Tennessee is a Republican state, so he feels like he could probably have an easier time. So because he wanted to go in with a bunch of guard troops from Texas instead of trying to federalize Illinois, because it just didn't work out for him like he would thought within California, because he got sued for it. And so he decided not to do the same thing in Illinois, saying like, well, fuck, J.B. Pritzker's definitely going to sue me, so we're not going to deal with that shit. And he would rather go to Memphis, where he probably has a significantly more sympathetic governor. What do we have here? Music. On Fox and Friends, he announced plans to deploy National Guard to Memphis. This is very loud.
We're going to Memphis. Memphis is
That's the next city.
deeply troubled. And the mayor is happy. He's a Democrat mayor. The mayor is happy.
I mean, again, it's so strange. Again, like, it's the crime narrative. Is crime going down in Memphis, right? I think, Memphis has a very, very high, like, murder rate or some shit. I like, this video gets into it. But is crime as rampant as it is? From what I understand, in Memphis, just like every other Democratic-run city, there are initiatives going on that have had their funding cut because of Donald Trump, making it harder to do those particular initiatives because Trump keeps cutting their funding, and it's been having success in bringing down crime. Keep in mind, a quick reminder for everyone who doesn't know, the reason why there was a spike in crime was because of COVID. It was because of COVID. That's why there was a historic spike in crime. That, again, I'll consistently say this. Every time that there's seemingly like a problem that Trump is claiming exists within the United States, very often if you peel back the curtain and do even 3 seconds of thinking about it or some form of analysis, you can, generally speaking, just come to the conclusion it's just like, oh, he had a part to play in it. He had a part to play in it. He's part of the reason why it is like this. So I don't know. It's one of those situations where it's like, I don't know. Spare me the fucking nonsense, bro. Like, Trump, you were part of the reasoning for as to why deteriorating material conditions happened within like all these Democrat-run cities, because, well, you're a conspiracy theorist who just decided to let COVID run rampant throughout major fucking cities. Like, buddy, you're part of the problem.
And the governor, Tennessee. The governor is happy. Deeply troubled. We're going to fix that just like we did Washington.
So, like, it's just, there's just no evidence to say that the crime was as rampant. But Muriel Bowser decided to go ahead with that fucking dipshit ass framing because she felt like her hands were too tied. Because DC is under direct federal control, which, I mean, technically speaking is the case, but you could just be like, there's just no evidence that this is the case. This is very stupid. But she decided to capitulate and just be like, well, I don't want to get owned by the president, so it's like, all right, so you're a coward? Cool, great. Some numbers. Crime in Memphis. All you need to know. September 12th, Memphis... Thank you. So, while Memphis has experienced recent declines for many offenses, homicide and motor vehicle theft remained well above 2019 levels. Homicides for the first half of 2025 were 58% higher than the first half of 2019. And motor vehicle theft levels were double what they were in the first 6 months of 2025 compared to the same period in 2019. In contrast, reported carjacking and robbery incidents were 45% and 23% lower over this time frame. I wonder why the murder rate, the homicide rate, and also the vehicle theft rate is going up. It's curious, but everything else is going down. Interesting. Figure 1 shows Memphis's homicide rate in 6-month intervals. So it's higher than in 2019, but it's still lower than it was during fucking COVID. Actually, no. Even during COVID, it's higher. It went up, and then it started to go back down. So in 2023, it decided to go up. I mean, this was like peak around COVID, where it was going down. But it's when COVID was starting to stop. But now it's going down. Why are we saying only 2019 in comparison to 2019? Right? So I guess there's been some anti-crime initiatives that were going on right now, and they seem to be working. Like, the homicide rate is going down in comparison. Well, that's a little interesting. What about the robbery rates? Well, this has just only been going down, so far it's been successful. The initiatives. Carjackings, just also going down. Domestic violence went down, but seems to have plateaued for the time being, but has gone down overall in comparison to 2018. A residential burglary also going down in comparison to 2018-2019. So that's going down. So broadly speaking, it seems like just two seeming outliers with the homicide and car theft. But everything else is going down, which means the community initiatives that Memphis has introduced is, well, it's all going down. Larceny's gone down. Gun thefts. It's just the homicide. Shoplifting. Shoplifting has gone back up. That's interesting. First half, 22% lower in comparison to the first half of 2019. In comparison to here. I guess it's because all the shops were technically closed, so people couldn't get in and steal stuff, and that's why it went down during COVID. I think that makes sense. Motor vehicle theft. What? Holy shit. Man, that's a huge increase, and it's just higher than it was. Yeah, twice as high in comparison to 2019, but in comparison to the spike here, it's been going down. So crime has just generally been going down. Drug offenses. Everything's just been going down, basically. Interesting. What were the homicides again? Homicides. I want to see those graphs again. There it is. So lower than it was. Definitely up in comparison to it was in 2019. But overall, it's been going down. So, I don't know if Trump knows this basic concept, but if you do certain policies and you do certain community initiatives, it takes time for them to take effect. That's how it works. So deploying the National Guard and also taking away funding from those initiatives, it's going to make things worse. If anything, it's going to just, throw a wrench in the works for a lot of work that's been going on. And if anything, I wouldn't be surprised, again, if homicide rates and crime decides to go back up because of, breaks in community trust and all this stuff, right? I mean, this has been what's reported in LA, that the National Guard deployments and all the ICE deployments have only damaged, community trust. And, with community trust being down, that makes crime go back up. Because if you live in a low-trust society, you're not going to think of your other fellow man as a fellow man. So, generally speaking, it makes it such that crime goes up. It's complete nonsense. But Trump doesn't believe in the concept of trust because he's a sociopathic narcissist. So, I don't know. It's only going to make things worse. I wouldn't be surprised if not the homicide, but if the crime rate generally goes up because of these National Guard deployments, and then the Republicans can just try to use that for another political point, because again, for them, it's all about politics in the end. Wonder what the breakdown is between immigrant versus native born? That's a good question. Highest rates of murder. Same interview, Trump said he would prefer sending them to Chicago. Well, he's pushing out of that because J.B. Pritzker's going to be like, no, fuck off. Would it be crazy to say that J.B. Pritzker might deploy the Illinois National Guard against Trump's attempted deployment of the Texas National Guard and just be like, no, fuck off. You're not going to be doing any of this shit. You can go fuck yourself. That'd be fucking crazy. What, National Guard fucking standoff? That'd be wild. Might bring in the military if we need it. I don't think it's really needed, though. Let's be honest here. It would be insane. For sure, Alex. But, we've taken a look through all the graphs, and it seems like the community initiatives that Memphis is doing, similar to every other Democratic city, is working. The crime rate overall, in comparison, for all metrics of crime, have been going down. So, I don't know, throwing gas on a fire for like no reason. Deploying National Guard, Memphis. We're going to Memphis, he said on September 12th. Fox and Friends. Memphis deeply troubled. Adding Tennessee Governor Bill Lee, Republican ally of Trump, and the Democratic Mayor Paul Young are both happy about the plans. Oh, so I guess the mayor is just deciding to fucking capitulate for like no reason. Okay, whatever. However, Young said hours later that he did not request the National Guard, but he had been in communication with federal officials seeking additional aid to supplement local crime-fighting efforts. Never mind. Talking about... now, this makes a lot more sense, right? Because Trump, with his one big, beautiful bill, has said that, yeah, like, because he decided to cut a bunch of aids and grants to help community-oriented crime fighting, because again, like I said before, if trust is as low as possible, it makes it such that people are going to seek more private solutions which benefit corporations, which Trump is okay because he's a beneficiary of stuff like that with the overall Republican Party. He wants to basically make it such that any public initiative, any community initiative is as difficult to pull as possible. Makes sense, right? I do not think it's the way to drive down crime. However, that decision has been made, Young said during a news conference. As the mayor in the city of Memphis, my career is to make sure that we work strategically to ensure that this happens in a way that truly benefits and strengthens our community. I mean, this is like a fine statement, I suppose, but like just say like, no, this is like stupid and dumb. Just attack Trump for this because it's not going to be popular. Broadly speaking, like if we take it look like polling at this. People, broadly speaking, are not very big fans in terms of all this like National Guard fucking deployment. It's down in terms of polling. Like that's why it's fucking stupid. Like because they keep seeing images of like National Guardsmen picking up trash off of the ground and just like milling about, not doing anything. And you know what they think like in their minds? It's like, oh, this is what my fucking tax dollars are going to this. Just have some random dudes with guns just milling about, not doing anything. It's very stupid. And yeah, exactly, Alex. Yeah, they're not even trained for this. So that's why it's really fucking stupid. But then again, the only reason why Trump is doing this is because he wants to do military occupation. It's all about the fucking occupation for him. He just wants to be a fucking dictator. It's all about the authoritarian power grab with him. Memphis, which has long struggled with crime, had the highest rates of murder and other violent crimes of any large city in the country in 2024. Well, I mean, whereas everything else has been going down, but that's cool, whatever. FBI said from 30 cities with more than 500,000 residents, Memphis is the highest. Very cool. Memphis mayor, no authority to stop troops. Yeah, he's not technically wrong when he says this. He can't stop them because, again, more than likely, since the Republican governor that's in power is going to work with the administration, there's nothing he can really do to stop the deployment of the National Guard because the mayor is just going to be complicit with what Trump is doing, which is illegal, by the way, but whatever. Trump discussed he's going to deploy National Guard troops to Chicago, which I guess he's now backing off of, which is very, very weak. I would have preferred going to Chicago, which J.B. Pritzker would not have taken down. Well, basically, he would not have sitting around just taking that shit down. Like that. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a fucking standoff between the other states' National Guard troops, because again, his main plan was to bring in Texas National Guard into Illinois, into Chicago specifically, to try to do the occupation there. And J.B. Pritzker said, like, no, the fuck you're not. And might have even mobilized his National Guard troops to be like, nope, fuck you. You're not doing this. You can fuck right off with this stupid bullshit. When asked if he was happy about the troops coming to Memphis, Young said it was an overstatement. He added that he was focused on additional resources, including getting FBI and Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms officers to Memphis. I think that's what he wanted, I guess. That's really fucking weird. Those are the things that I believe will truly help us to be able to support law enforcement and reduce violent crime. I do not support the National Guard. However, they are the governor's call. Well, they're going to be coming to Memphis, which is, again, it's not going to be a popular move. Like, the polling on this is suggesting that all these, like, stupid occupations that Trump is trying to do is just not popular. It's very stupid. Grateful for Trump's focus on Memphis. Trump did not say how many National Guard troops he plans to deploy in Memphis, the second largest city in Tennessee behind Nashville. We're bringing the military too if needed. Lee said in a statement that he welcomed the Guard's deployment, saying he had been in constant communication with the Trump administration for months about a plan to combat crime in Memphis. Okay, so you want to combat crime? The community initiatives were fucking working, man. Like, you took away funding from that. You're the problem again. I don't know, every single time it's just like, Trump is the problem, Trump is the problem. You look inside, it's like, oh, Trump's the fucking problem. He's the one who's like incentivizing crime to be worse because, again, he needs a narrative for people to not focus on the fact that his policies are fucking dog shit. So that's cool. He said the operation will include Tennessee National Guard, FBI, and other law enforcement agencies working with the state and local agencies. The goal is to complement an FBI initiative called Operation Viper. Very cool. I'm grateful for the president, yada, yada, yada. Lee's consent will ease deployments and will likely permit other states to send National Guard troops in a state-controlled status, permitting them to directly assist in law enforcement. Again, which is what the National Guard is not meant to do. But like I said before, the point is the military occupation. He thinks like he can wield the National Guard as his own personal military, that's not what they're supposed to do. He wants to just do authoritarian power grab bullshit. He wants to make a bet that all of the Republican-run towns and cities within Tennessee have significantly higher fucking goddamn crime rates in comparison. Whatever. Doesn't matter to this complete utter moron. Standing behind Noah Young was Congressman Steve Cohen, Tennessee's lone Democratic congressman who represents Memphis, along with Memphis Police Department Chief Saralyn C.J. Davis, Memphis Tourism President and CEO Kevin Kane, and newly elected Shelby County Commission Chairwoman Shantae K. Advent. Yeah, from what I understand, Memphis is like split into two parts, like Shelby County and the city of Memphis itself. So you need the perspectives of both of them. It's a little weird. They all took exception with Trump's characterization of Memphis. It's not a troubled city, as President Trump said. We have a crime problem. He blamed the city's crime rate on the effects of slavery, segregation, and underinvestment. Can't really disagree with that. I mean, he literally cut funding for community initiatives within Memphis, so I don't think that's inaccurate to say. In the short run, the Guard can help police in a supportive role, Cohen run. In the long run, Memphis needs federal dollars invested in proven programs. Which, again, given the fact that we've been looking at these statistics, all these, metrics have been going down. They've all been going down, so it's been proven that they've been working. So, it's whatever. Can't have any form of community trust be built yet again, because if community trust is built in the mind of President Trump, that means his political project is not going to be as effective. That's why he's doing what he's doing. 1 month into his crime crackdown in Washington, D.C., which has involved deploying more than 22,000 National Guard troops to patrol the streets, but unlike other American cities, D.C.'s status as a federal enclave gives Trump a special authority to deploy National Guard troops, and the state's governors traditionally oversee mobilizations. Which, again, this is why I've been saying what he did in California with the deployment of the National Guard was illegal. You can't do that. You have to get the consent of the governor, and he did it without the consent of the governor. So that's cool. He directed and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth to coordinate with state governors to determine whether National Guard troops are needed in their communities. I mean, obviously, since the Republican in power, he's going to say, yes, and just capitulate immediately because he's just a sycophant. Trump recounted hearing from a board member of FedEx, which based in Memphis, about the city's crime problem. Oh. So he heard it from some one executive dude, and that's why it's just like, oh yeah, dude, that's why there's so much fucking crime. He said when I walk 1 block from my hotel, they won't allow me to do it. They put me in an armored vehicle with bulletproof glass to take me 1 block. He said it's so terrible, without identifying the individual. Of course. Of course, it's all because of one stupid dumbass saying, oh, the crime is so terrible and awful, which means you need to do a military occupation, guys. Yeah, fucking, get the fucking ducks out. Get the ducks. They're smoking. They're smoking. They're smoking. Classic as always. It's always because of one stupid fucking out-of-touch rich elitist saying, yeah, it's actually really, really bad, guys. Trump has hailed his crime crackdown in Washington, D.C. as a wild success, even as D.C. Muriel Bowser has agreed to an increased federal presence and has helped reduce the number of homicides, carjackings, and gun crimes. Yet, Bowser has also said the federal intervention has led to a break in trust between the community and law enforcement. I mean, yeah, obviously, if Trump is just going to randomly deploy guard members to just, like, pick up trash off the fucking street, like, I'm pretty sure, and, like, put a bunch of people in fear, like, they're probably not going to be particularly happy about that. It makes sense. Like, it's just like, I mean, I think the reason why the break in trust is happening is because people are looking at Muriel Bowser specifically saying, like, dog, I mean, you just kind of let it happen. So that's why they're probably particularly pissed about this. Like, I mean, you just kind of just let him do whatever. So that's cool. Trump, meanwhile, has exaggerated the scale of the turnaround, saying that the district has literally no crime, and describing a city where people were too scared to eat at restaurants before his takeover. See, the funniest thing about that is because of the curfew and the fucking occupation, it's actually made it such that people are less likely to want to go out and go to restaurants and stuff like that. So, I mean, he's just doing this because he just wants a nice, clear city of all the poors and all the degenerates and peasants for him to go to, like, nice steakhouses. Very, very cool. Yeah, he's going to say that now and then say crime went up or something. Like, because, again, it doesn't matter. The point is relatively simple. He just wants to do military occupation. That's all it is. It's all part of authoritarian power grab. Now, Trump announced his takeover. Violent crime was already down in D.C. 26% from 2024, according to the police department there. Trump administration has faced lawsuits over the National Guard deployment in Washington, as well as from Gavin Newsom, which I believe has been successful at this point, after the president ordered guard troops into Los Angeles to combat protests. Yeah, all because of, like, 5 turned over Waymo vehicles. Like, that was the excuse Trump used to deploy National Guard within Los Angeles. Some dude ordered 5 Waymos, they turned them over and fucking burned them down, which is so fucking funny to me, dude. So I don't know, like, what else is there to really say besides Trump is trying to just do the military occupation. Again, it's the same fucking shit. Now he wants to do it in fucking goddamn Memphis instead, because he feels like he's not going to be able to get away with it if he tries to pulling that shit in Illinois, because J.B. Pritzker's just like, no, you're not pulling this shit in Illinois. You can go fuck yourself. All this bullshit that you're trying to pull, I'm not fucking tolerating it. We're not accepting it. No, you can go fuck yourself. So yeah, I don't know what else is there to say besides, again, Tim Pot Dictator wants to do his Tim Pot Dictator shit. I don't know. That's really about all there is to say about this, I think. He just wants to be a fucking dictator. That's all there is. What's the time? It's almost 3 in the morning. You know what? I'm just going to call it for today there. I'm going to do the payroll revision stuff for sure tomorrow then. I'm tired. And I need to edit stuff. We're just going to fucking cover this tomorrow. Alright. Good night, Boy Meets Spinny. Who are we gonna raid out to? Who the fuck we raiding out to? Oh boy, I love getting a suggestion to being a fucking licensed electrician. Oh boy. I love getting trade jobs. You know who's I've not seen on for a while? Igloo BC. So we're gonna raid out to Igloo BC. Alright, raid messages, idiots. You know what to do, you know what to say. Transfer to Daho Reba for your sub. If you're not sub, you do the WoW, we to Daho Reba. That's how we show appreciation. Those are 19 case gamers. I will be back tomorrow. And it's gonna be finishing up Gleba. Finishing up Gleba and a bunch of other shit. Gonna be a lot of improvements to the factory, yada yada yada. Anywho, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.